Chapter 326. Wearing her cloud-treading boots, she looked down at the town below. It was a very small town, with only a few streets and a few stalls scattered along the sides of the streets. There weren't many people coming and going. Most of them were farmers and commoners. She glanced at them one by one, looking for familiar traces. The inn, the noodle stall, the tall flag with the word tea on the side of the bridge at the town entrance. It was as if time had passed, and she had returned to 90 years ago. She followed the path out of the town, and soon arrived at a small village. On the east side of the village, there were a few houses scattered sporadically with a winding river and smoke curling up from chimneys. This was only a small village under Lianqing and Jin country. There were only 300 or 400 people in the village, which was very ordinary in the secular world. But this place had a different meaning for her. This was her hometown. She was born and grew up here. Under her mother's care, she also had a happy childhood. 90 years passed like water, unable to stop the passing of time. The little girl from back then was now a core formation cultivator, while the people from back then had become a pile of bones and a pile of yellow soil. She saw a house with a small courtyard in the east side of the village. It was newly painted, its roof tiles were bright, and there was a woman sweeping the courtyard. She naturally didn't know who she was. Her mother passed away and she also left. This house must have been given to an uncle, right? The house was still the same house, but she could no longer find the home in her memory. She sighed softly and closed her eyes. Immortals and mortals were different. She would no longer be entangled in the past, but seeing the traces of her childhood, still couldn't hide the faint sadness in her heart. The ancestral hall still stood in the west of the village. Although there were traces of renovation, the walls were still a lot old. She took a step forward, and couldn't help but want to see if there was still a stern old man there. There was a small and narrow room for the library. In that small book room, she learned about such a world of cultivation for the first time, and walked on such a path. Seeing her entering the village, many villagers ran out of their houses and pointed at her. But they didn't have the courage to come forward. Her Taoist robe was spotless, her appearance was picturesque, and her temperament was elegant. She was like a fairy who descended to the world, completely different from the villagers. She walked along the small path in the village. After 90 years, the thin and weak little girl, who was no different from the villagers, had become a magnificent core formation cultivator. She pushed open the door of the ancestral hall. This time, someone finally ran over in a panic, wanting to stop her. "Miss, this is our Mo family's ancestral hall. Women aren't allowed to enter." Faced with her, he couldn't even speak smoothly. In the end, he just mumbled. "I just came back for a visit," she said softly, stepping over the threshold of the lobby. Women were not allowed to enter this hall. She had only entered it once, but it had changed her life. Under the invisible spiritual pressure of a core formation cultivator, the person who stopped her didn't dare to step forward. He could only watch as she walked forward, stood in front of the ancestral tablets, and reached out her hand to touch one of the tablets. Although women were not allowed to enter the ancestral hall, her mother had found a son-in-law, and her memorial tablet was still enshrined in the ancestral hall after her death. At that time, she hadn't confirmed her father's death yet, so there was only her mother's memorial tablet. All these years, no one had paid their respects to her. "Mother, don't you feel very lonely being here alone? I'll take you away and bury you with me, okay?" Mo Tinga smiled, waved her sleeve, and the dust on the memorial tablet was swept away. She then put the tablet into her Qianquan bag. "Miss," that person turned pale with fright. No need to panic." She turned her head and smiled at the person. "I'm a descendant of the Mo family. This is my mother's spirit. Today I came to collect it." Hearing those words, the man was startled. He was speechless. He was a little old man in his 50s or 60s. He thought he had seen all the children in the village, but the woman in front of him was a complete stranger. This fairy-like girl was a descendant of the Mo family? Mo Tinga turned her head and looked at the highest position. Mo Yaoqing's tablet. There were only these 5 words on the jade tablet. There was no title. However, perhaps none of the descendants knew that their ancestor wasn't immortal, right? She didn't know what mysteries were written on this tablet. She muttered to herself for a moment, then gently raised her hand. The jade tablet flew into her hand out of thin air. Upon seeing this, the little old man who stopped her turned pale with fright. You, miss, are you an immortal? Emotinga paused and looked sideways. How did you know? The little old man looked at the position where she took the tablet, and was suddenly shocked. You're. Emotinga wrinkled her brows. You know who I am? The little old man took a deep breath, then suddenly knelt down and kowtowed. Emoija greets second grandaunt. Second grandaunt? This title made Emotinga fall into a trance for a moment. She thought about it carefully, and realized that among the girls of her generation in the village, she was indeed ranked second. Tianxia was the eldest granddaughter, and she was the second granddaughter. She smiled. It's been 90 years. I didn't expect someone would remember me. The little old man looked up at her with awe and said, Everyone in the village knows that second grandaunt was taken away by an immortal. Second grandaunt, please wait here for a moment. I'll go invite eldest uncle. Eldest uncle? Before Emotinga could ask, the little old man already stood up while trembling, and hurriedly ran out of the room. According to the little old man's title, she should be 2 generations older than him. An eldest uncle was also 2 generations older than him. Could it be that there were still living members of the Emo family in her generation? Emotinga felt it was a bit unbelievable, but she would know the answer in a moment. She smiled, then looked down at Emo Yaoqing's tablet. This tablet was made of jade, and it was jade with spiritual aura. When she left the Emo family's village, she was still young, so she didn't know what to make of it. She also didn't feel that there was a small restriction here. This restriction was very delicate. If she wasn't very proficient in formations, and had read Emo Yaoqing's notes, it would have been very difficult for her to see through it even with her current cultivation level. She would have just treated it as an ordinary piece of jade with spiritual aura. Emotinga smiled, gathered spiritual aura between her fingers, and inserted it into the jade tablet. The hard jade tablet was like mist. Emotinga took out a jade slip from it, and the jade tablet was intact. After taking out the jade slip, most of the spiritual aura on the tablet had dissipated. Emotinga raised her hand, put Emo Yaoqing's tablet back to its original place, and put the jade slip into her Qingquan bag. More and more people gathered at the entrance of the ancestral hall. It was the first time these villagers saw a woman enter the ancestral hall. Emoija, who was guarding the ancestral hall, not only didn't stop her, but he even kowtowed to her. They surrounded the ancestral hall's entrance, pointing at Emotinga and whispering, trying to guess her identity, but none of them dared to enter. Great-grandfather is here. A commotion arose in the crowd. Eldest uncle, Emoija's excited voice rang out. Here, second grandaunt is here. The crowd was pushed aside, and a trembling old man with wrinkled skin and white hair, so old that he could barely walk, was supported inside. Seeing him walking over, everyone respectfully retreated. The old man raised his head, and stared at Emotinga for a long time with his cloudy eyes. He looked shocked and walked towards her while trembling. Tinga, are you Tinga? She couldn't find any trace of him in her memory, but the old man in front of her overlapped with the grandfather in her mind. Emotinga stared at the dying old man in front of her and said softly, Are you, Tianjun? The old man's cloudy tears fell down. You're finally back. Emotinga took a deep breath. Tianjun should be 2 years older than me, right? She was 98 years old now, so Tianjun should be 100 years old. He was actually still alive. Tianjun, are you okay? Staring at the old man in front of her, who couldn't even walk, Emotinga let out a sigh. This time, when she returned to the secular world, she really didn't expect to run into an acquaintance. She thought after 90 years, the world had already changed. I'm very good. I lived to 100 years old. Very good, very good. Emo Tianjun trembled and wiped his tears. When people get old, they become easily excited. At that time, when they were still children, he always liked to bully his younger sister and pull her braids. Later, when he grew up a bit, he realized he should also show more care to this younger sister. But not long after, she left and never came back. Now he was old and had one foot in the coffin, but she finally came back, but she was still young. He wiped his tears and suddenly remembered something. He said, "Right, Tianxiao. Tianxiao also went to your world. Do you know?" Emo Tianga's eyes dimmed. Tianxiao's death was the regret of her life. "I met her," she said softly, "but she's already passed away." "Really?" Emo Tianjun sighed, but he didn't feel very sad. He had lived for a long time and had seen many deaths. He was used to the death of his loved ones, not to mention his parents and brothers. Even his own children had passed away, and his grandchildren had begun to grow old. He didn't know why he had lived for so long. "Tianxiao isn't an immortal. I've long guessed she's probably already passed away." Emo Tianga didn't explain. It was good to let him think that way. He was already so old and had long been mentally prepared. So why should she make him sad again? "Tianga, you're already an immortal, aren't you?" Emo Tianga smiled. "Yes, I'm successful in my cultivation now, and have the ability of an immortal." Before Emo Tianjun could say anything, the young man who had been supporting him suddenly knelt down. "Great-grandaunt, since you're already an immortal, please save great-grandfather." "Great-grandfather he." Before the young man could finish his words, Emo Tianga raised her hand and stopped him. "You don't need to say anything. Your great-grandfather is immortal. God is already merciful for him to live to 100 years old. I can make his body healthy, but I can't change his cycle of life and death." "Great-grandaunt, Exciant," Emo Tianjun shouted. Although he was old and his voice was hoarse, he still had prestige, so the young man didn't dare to say anything else. Emo Tianjun looked at Emo Tianga and said, "People have to live, grow old, get sick and die. I'm already satisfied that I've lived for so long. But these descendants of the Emo family. Tianga, I know you cultivators need spiritual roots. Only with spiritual roots can you have fated chances to cultivate. Today, I'll be thick-skinned and beg you. If the descendants of the Emo family have this kind of spiritual root, please give them some fated chances." Emo Tianjun was already tired after speaking for such a long time. The young man hastily stood up and supported him. Emo Tianga glanced at the young man and smiled. "All right, I'm also a descendant of the Emo family. It's only a slight effort, so it's only natural. But whether they have a fated chance to become an immortal or not isn't something I can decide. Within today, all the descendants of the Emo family can come here to try whether they have a fated chance to become an immortal or not. If they do, I'll take them on the path to immortality. If they don't, then forget about it." Chapter 327. Facing Emo Tianjuan's eager gaze. Emo Tianga sighed softly and shook her head. After half a day of testing, none of the more than 400 people in Emo family's village had spiritual roots, including newborn babies and dying old men. This was very normal. Among mortals, it was hard to find 1 in 10,000 who possessed spiritual roots, even if the Emo family's ancestor was a cultivator. Emo Yaoqing and Zhong Muling, the children of 2 nascent soul cultivators, also didn't have spiritual roots. Moreover, after so many generations, the hereditary factors had long been diluted by other blood relations. There was probably only one person like her, who possessed both a pure Yin constitution and a spiritual root, in these few thousand years. Emo Tianjuan's face was full of disappointment as he muttered, "In the end, I still don't have any." Emo Tianga comforted him. "Spiritual roots are 1 in a million, so it's normal not to have any. Even if you have spiritual roots, if your aptitude is poor, it'll be even more difficult to set foot on the path to immortality. It'd be better to live happily in the secular world." But how could Emo Tianjun feel relieved by this kind of comfort? Ever since Emo Tianga was taken away by immortals, and his younger sister left with her brother-in-law, a cultivator, he had been yearning for that world. He couldn't do it himself, but his descendants were also good. Emo Tianga pondered for a while, then took out a 5 elements plate from her Qingkuan bag and put it on the altar in the ancestral hall. She then separated a bit of her divine sense and cast a spell on it. "I was able to walk on the path to immortality because of the kindness left by my ancestors. Today, I'll also leave this thing here. Any descendant of Emo family, male or female, can come here to have their spiritual roots tested. If someone has spiritual roots, even if they're thousands of miles away, I'll still be able to sense them and come to pick them up. Mo Tianjun was delighted to hear this. Tiange, thank you. Mo Tiange smiled. I'm also a descendant of Mo family. Why do you need to thank me? She paused for a moment, then mentioned another purpose. Tianjun, I came back because I want to move my mother's grave. Mo Tianjun was startled. Why? Why? I found my father's remains and want to bury them together. Mo Tianjun said. Isn't it the same to bury them here? Mo Tiange sighed and said. Immortals and mortals are different. After I leave this time, I probably won't set foot on the secular world again. So I want them to be closer to me. Mo Tianjun was speechless. He had lived for 100 years and had seen a few cultivators. He had learned some things about the immortal cultivation world from them. He knew that for cultivators, relatives and clans weren't that important. What united them was not only their bloodline, but also their interests. Among them, there were very few people like Tiange, who came back especially for the sake of their parents' graves. Now that Tiange wanted to move his mother's remains out of the ancestral grave, he had no reason to stop her. All these years, the fourth aunt's grave had been left unattended. Only when he thought of it occasionally, would he ask his grandchildren to clear the weeds. That is fine. After a long time he nodded solemnly. Fourth uncle isn't immortal. Fourth aunt has suffered all her life, so it's a good thing that she can be buried with him. Besides, you are a family. If you want to move, I have no reason to stop you. The day passed very quickly. In the evening, the young men of Mo clan followed Mo Tianjuan's instructions and handed the urn containing the bones to Mo Tiange. Mo Tiange put away the bones, then stood up. All right, I should go now. Mo Tianjun stood up shakily. I'll see you off. Once he saw her off, he was afraid it would be goodbye forever. Mo Tiange gently supported him. A wisp of spiritual aura flowed out of her fingers and poured into Mo Tianjuan's body. Mo Tianjun stiffened, but soon, he felt comfortable all over, as if he was dozens of years younger. This is, Mo Tiange smiled and said. Although I'm a cultivator, I can't change the mortal's way of life and death. But with this spiritual aura protecting your body, you'll definitely be healthy and free of disease when you reach the end of your life. Then she glanced around and waved her hand softly. The door of the ancestral hall closed without any wind. She took out a jade box from her robe and handed it to Mo Tianjun. There's a talisman, a low-grade cultivation technique manual, and some miscellaneous items inside. If someone among the descendants of Mo clan is tested to have spiritual roots, and I don't come back, burn this talisman. If there's still no one, it means I've already passed away, and my inheritance has been severed. At that time, give the things inside to the person with spiritual roots, and let him find his own path to immortality. Mo Tianjun took it excitedly. Okay. I've put a restriction on this jade box. Only descendants of Mo clan can open it. You must take good care of this thing and never leak it. Otherwise, you might bring a fatal disaster to yourself. Remember this. Mo Tianjun solemnly agreed and carefully put the thing away. Then, Mo Tiange waved goodbye to Mo Tianjun. Under the gazes of the Mo family, a cloud appeared under her feet, and she flew into the sky. She took one last look at the small village from the sky, then turned into a flight light and disappeared into the horizon. The villagers of Mo family's village were still staring at the sky in a daze. Immortal? This is an immortal. Father, I also want to become an immortal. You're a girl. How can you become an immortal? Quickly go and light a fire. Why can't I become an immortal? Great-grand-aunt is also a girl. Great-grandfather said girls can enter the ancestral hall from now on. Great-grand-aunt is great-grand-aunt. Do you think anyone can become an immortal? You're still disobedient. Mo Tiange couldn't hear these words. She took out the jade slip from her cloud-treading boots and injected her divine sense into it. A moment later, she withdrew her divine sense and smiled slightly. Her premonition was correct. Mo Yaoqing really left a message about her death in Mo family's village. She said in the jade slip that she knew she didn't have much time left in her lifespan. So she returned to Mo family's village to leave an opportunity for the descendants of the Mo family to step onto the path of immortality. She also left this jade slip in the jade tablet to explain her plans. She planned to return to Linhai and make arrangements for her funeral. However, the place she prepared for her death wasn't inside Bishuan Court, but a secret place she accidentally found in the past. Aside from her, Bishuan Court had never produced a nascent soul cultivator. Mo Yaoqing was a genius, so she had many powerful magic weapons with her. She was worried that leaving behind so many magic weapons would be a disaster, not a blessing. After thinking for a long time, she decided to leave some of them to pass on to her disciples, and leave some of them in the place of her death. She then left clues about her former immortal's cave, whether it was the descendants of the Mo family or the disciples of Bishuan Court. If they reached the nascent soul realm, they could see through her restrictions and discover the message. Several thousand years had passed, but things were still beyond Mo Yaoqing's expectations. Mo Tiange was only in the core formation realm, but by relying on the powerful divine sense tempered by the soul-refining art, and her proficiency in formations and restrictions, she discovered this jade slip. What caught Mo Tiange's attention was that this jade slip recorded some things that weren't in her personal notes. For example, Mo Yaoqing mentioned she had a detailed cultivation experience. Not only did it record her understanding of cultivating the art of Sinu for more than 1,000 years, but it also recorded some secret places she'd been to, as well as her own detailed experiences. These were all valuable information, and all of them were stored in the place of her death. This made Mo Tiange extremely excited. Mo Yaoqing's personal notes she obtained before were merely some things she casually recorded, such as the cultivation of spells, the modification of pill recipes, and some immature ideas. She was able to refine the heaven and earth fan, and obtain great benefits from them. According to this jade slip, Mo Yaoqing's cultivation experience was carefully organized after she didn't have much time left in her lifespan. So many of the ideas inside were completely mature. The value of this was far greater than that personal note. Besides, the cultivation experience also recorded the methods to enter and exit many secret places she'd been to, so it might come in handy in the future. Mo Tiange didn't think for long before she made a decision. Since she found a clue, she'd go take a look. Since Mo Yaoqing left some clues, there shouldn't be any danger as long as she followed the clues. That being the case, she had to go to Linhai this time. After returning to Kuanzhong City and informing the steward of Xianqing School's branch, Mo Tiange set off with Tang Shen. As for the medicinal pills needed to form her gold core, she pretended that the branch steward had bought them and gave the dustless pills, extreme clear pills, and so on she concocted to Tang Shen. Tang Shen was very happy to find these medicinal pills of excellent quality. He thought Mo Tiange obtained them through some special means, so he was very grateful. Mo Tiange naturally wouldn't expose him and let him think so. With the help of a core formation cultivator, Tang Shen safely reached the vicinity of Mount Yuheng in East Kunwu. Cultivators in the core formation realm and above rarely appeared in the secular world. When he came to Kunwu, Demonic Mountain happened to open, so high-level cultivators emerged one after another. That was why he was so unlucky to run into the hands of a nascent soul cultivator. Mo Tiange also reminded Tang Shen about this. Sometimes, he didn't only have to consider himself, but he also had to consider the things happening around him. If he hadn't coincidentally come to Kunwu when Demonic Mountain opened, he wouldn't have been so unlucky. Tang Shen listened obediently. Although he wasn't younger than Mo Tiange, he was far from her in terms of experience and understanding. He was also aware of this. Bishuan Court's guild hall was located near Mount Yuheng. This small guild hall, which only had a dozen or so people, wasn't eye-catching at all on Mount Yuheng. People who didn't know would only think it was a small shop. This shop sold some special products from the Eastern Sea, which was considered special on Mount Yuheng, so its business was quite good. However, Tang Shen told Mo Tiange that the things sold in this small shop were ordinary things. The truly valuable materials were directly sold to the nearby cultivation groups and big clans. For Bishuan Court, this was actually quite a lot of income. Mo Tiange was a bit tempted. The Eastern Sea had one kind of product that Kunwu didn't have: beast cores of demonic beasts in the sea. These beast cores were different from the beast cores of demonic beasts in the southern forest. They could be concocted into some special medicinal pills. It would be a good thing if they could facilitate the beast core transaction between Bishuan Court and Xianqing School. After all, with her there, Xianqing School wouldn't lower the price too much. Other cultivation groups would inevitably use their power to pressure others, so Xianqing School would also have another channel to collect materials. However, this matter couldn't be rushed. Beast cores weren't something that only low-level demonic beasts had. According to the Guild Hall, Bishuan Court still didn't have a core formation cultivator, so they didn't have the ability to hunt for beast cores of demonic beasts in the sea. After arriving at Bishuan Court's Guild Hall, the two of them stepped into the transporting formation, under the respectful escort of the Guild Hall steward, heading towards Linhai. Chapter 328. The white light from the transporting formation dissipated, and Emo Tiange looked around. "Elder Yi, we meet again." Wei Haolan stood in front of her with a smile. 40 years had passed, but her cultivation level hadn't changed, and her appearance hadn't changed much either. Wei Haolan was only about 100 years old back then. Even if she couldn't make a realm breakthrough in her lifetime, she still had more than 200 years to live. Judging from her current appearance, she seemed to be living a good life. Emo Tiange also smiled. "Sect Head Wei, it's been many years since we last met. How have you been?" "Thanks to Elder Ye's blessings, I've been very happy these years." The two of them looked at each other, and couldn't help but laugh. Wei Haolan watched as the two of them walked out of the transporting formation. She looked at Tang Shen reproachfully. "Junior Marshal Brother Tang, how could you be so careless? You've been missing for so long, we almost thought you died." Tang Shen lowered his head and said apologetically, "Senior Marshal Sister Sect Head, I'm sorry. I overestimated myself, and didn't handle things well." Wei Haolan didn't blame him anymore. She just said, "Since you're back and you've contacted Elder Yi, let's forget about this matter. Junior Marshal Brother Tang, you've worked hard these past dozen years. We'll talk about other things later. Go rest first." "Yes." Tang Shen grunted in response. He then reached into his Qianquan bag and took out the medicine. "Senior Marshal Sister Sect Head, these are medicinal pills for core formation that Elder Yi helped me buy. In addition, Elder Yi also helped me buy a high-grade breath-concealing technique. These spirit stones were paid for by her first." Wei Haolan took them, then thanked Emo Tiange with a smile. "Elder Yi, this time, it's all thanks to you." Emo Tiange smiled and waved her hand. "Since I'm Bishuan Court's guest elder, and I've accepted your offerings, I should do something for Bishuan Court when I need it." Upon hearing what Wei Haolan said, Wei Haolan no longer thanked her. She said to Tang Shen gently, "Junior Marshal Brother Tang, you don't need to worry. You're working for the school. Since you lost this batch of spirit stones, the school will take care of it for you. Rest assured." Tang Shen felt slightly relieved. In order to buy medicinal pills for core formation, he had brought a huge number of spirit stones with him this time. After losing these spirit stones, he felt very remorseful. Only after he heard Wei Haolan's consolation did he feel a bit better. "Thank you, Senior Marshal Sister Sect Head. I'll take my leave first." "Yes." As Wei Haolan and Emo Tiange watched Tang Shen leave through the tunnel with his head lowered, Wei Haolan and Emo Tiange looked at each other and smiled. Wei Haolan made an inviting gesture, then started walking together with Emo Tiange. As they walked, she said, "In fact, I originally didn't agree to let Junior Marshal Brother Tang go. But Junior Marshal Brother Tang always yearned to go to Kunwu. Seeing that he's become more and more mature in handling matters these past few years, I took the risk and let him go. I didn't expect something would still go wrong." Emo Tiange smiled faintly and said, "This matter can't be blamed on him. It's just that the timing he went to Kunwu wasn't right." "I know." Wei Haolan sighed. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have said nothing. Junior Marshal Brother Tang has been a lot more careful these past few years, but his constitution is still a disaster. If he goes out, it's hard to guarantee that he won't have an accident." Emo Tiange smiled faintly. "This problem can't be solved unless he forms his gold core one day and successfully cultivates the breath-concealing technique. It's easier said than done." Wei Haolan rubbed the space between her eyebrows. Junior martial brother Tang's cultivation has been going smoothly these past few years, but he's still a fine line away from the late stage of the foundation building realm. He's never been able to make a breakthrough. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Emotinga comforted her. Some people have an epiphany in one day, while some people stay where they are for dozens of years. Breaking through realms depends on personal experience. Wei Haolan smiled. Since Elder Yi has returned, I have to ask you to give me some advice. Emotinga only smiled. I can only give some advice about realm breakthroughs. I can't give too many pointers. After all, everyone's situation is different. And I understand what Elder Yi said. After walking for a while, Wei Haolan suddenly turned to look at Emotinga and said with a smile, "Look at my memory. I actually forgot such an important thing. Elder Yi, I still haven't congratulated you for advancing to the core formation realm. You're not even 100 years old, but you're already a core formation cultivator. You can be considered a rare genius in 1,000 years." Emotinga had heard a lot about geniuses in Kunwu. She smiled and shook her head. Sect headway, don't praise me. Not to mention rare geniuses in 1,000 years. Xianqing School alone has produced 3 cultivators who advanced to the core formation realm before 100 years old. I really can't accept this. Oh right. Wei Haolan nodded, looking at her with endless envy. It's really because Xianqing School has produced geniuses, one after another in the past several hundred years. Emotinga just smiled, but she was actually very proud of herself. Xianqing School had indeed produced many outstanding cultivators in the past several hundred years. Other cultivation groups would be considered good if they had 1 or 2 in 1,000 years. Wei Haolan's gaze shifted, then she said, "This is only one of the reasons." Not long ago, the manager of Mount Yuheng's Guildhall reported that Elder Yi already performed dual cultivation, and your husband is Xianqing School's new nascent soul cultivator, Lord Taoist Shoujing. I really have to congratulate Elder Yi. Emotinga smiled. Thank you. Sect Headway's news is really fast. Wei Haolan shook her head and said, Elder Yi's dual cultivation was 2 years ago, but I only learned about it recently. Our Bichuan Court's Guildhall in Kunwu is still not doing enough. This isn't a secret, so we should have reported it earlier. What she said was related to Bichuan Court's specific affairs. Emotinga was only a nominal guest elder, so she just smiled and didn't say much. The two of them quickly left through the tunnel and arrived at the conference hall. Wei Haolan invited Emotinga to sit down, then asked a disciple to serve tea. She then brought up another matter. Elder Yi, although I asked Elder Yi to send junior martial brother Tang back, there's no need for you to be transported here together. Presumably, Elder Yi doesn't lack spirit stones and is in a hurry to come and get them, right? Emotinga smiled. In any case, I'm Bichuan Court's guest elder. We haven't seen each other for many years, so isn't it good for me to come and take a look? Of course it's good to come and take a look, but my intuition has always been very accurate. Faced with Wei Haolan's faint smile, Emotinga could only sigh. All right, I do have some matters, Wei Haolan then asked. Do you need help with anything? Not at the moment. Emotinga pondered in her heart. This matter was still unclear, so she didn't want to talk about it in detail. After all, this matter was a bit difficult, and Bichuan Court didn't even have a core formation cultivator now. Wei Haolan was a smart person, so she didn't pursue the matter. She just said, if there's anything you need help with, Elder Yi, please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you. Emotinga then asked about Bichuan Court's situation in the past several decades, and Wei Haolan answered her questions one by one. Back then, after Bichuan Court was almost exterminated, an opportunity arrived. The discovery of the Spirit Stone vein in the Eastern Sea, and the change in the group's rules, allowed Bichuan Court's strength to recover rapidly. In the past several decades, the number of aura refining and foundation building disciples, they had already surpassed their original number. The only thing they lacked now were core formation cultivators. Emotinga then asked, Elder Tang's still in the middle stage of the foundation building realm. Are there already cultivators in the group who can advance to the core formation realm so quickly? Back then, Tang Xin was chosen as a temporary elder because his ability in fights of magical powers had greatly improved. In terms of cultivation level, the middle stage of the foundation building realm wasn't bad either. Wei Haolan sighed. How can it be that fast? Right now, there's a senior martial sister and a senior martial brother in the group who've reached the late stage of the foundation building realm, but they haven't reached the peak stage yet. I'm just taking precautions. After all, core formation medicinal pills aren't easy to find. They might not be found even after several decades. Mo Tiange nodded silently. Back then, Shangguan Yunhao was a good example. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't find core formation medicinal pills for so long, and thus had no hope of advancing to the core formation realm, he wouldn't have entered a demonic barrier so easily and betrayed the group. This time, if it weren't for Elder Yi, we wouldn't have been able to get these core formation medicinal pills, so I still have to express my gratitude to Elder Yi. Mo Tiange smiled and waved her hand. Sect Headway, I really can't accept your thanks over and over again. Wei Haolan was startled, but she soon smiled again. All right, I won't say thank you words in the future. It's fine to just keep them in my heart. After chatting for a while, Wei Haolan saw that Mo Tiange had nothing else to say, so she tactfully stopped talking and asked someone to take Mo Tiange to rest. After leaving Bishuan Court's conference hall, Mo Tiange strolled around. Traces of the destruction caused by Ren Yufeng back then had already disappeared. Those pavilions, terraces and buildings had all been renovated, and the monastery gate had also been rebuilt and was constantly decorated with flowers and plants. The female cultivator's skillful hands made Bishuan Court look even more beautiful and pleasant than those big cultivation groups in Kunwu. Along the way, many aura refining disciples came and went. There were both male and female cultivators. When they saw her, all of them widened their eyes in astonishment. This was because her clothes were different from theirs, but it was also because of her cultivation level. A core formation cultivator. She's actually a core formation cultivator. The aura refining disciple who led the way for her had a proud look on his face as he announced to these people. This is our guest elder, Elder Yi. Thus along the way countless disciples saluted her. Greetings to Elder Yi. Mo Tiange felt very helpless. She never liked this kind of ostentatious display. Fortunately, the place she wanted to go wasn't far, so she soon arrived at the VIP building. Originally, Wei Haolan wanted to let her stay in the Dao Achieving Pagoda, but Mo Tiange refused. The Dao Achieving Pagoda was, after all, the symbol of Bishuan Court, and she wasn't a real elder of Bishuan Court. She only returned to Linhai to look for the cultivation experience Mo Yaoqing left behind. Just now, Wei Haolan already gave her the spirit stones needed to buy cultivation techniques and medicinal pills. She also gave her more than 10,000 spirit stones, saying she was a guest elder's sacrifice. In fact, she obtained a lot from Bishuan Court, so she really didn't want to take advantage of them. Mo Tiange stayed in the VIP building for several days. During her stay, Wei Haolan invited her to meet Bishuan Court's foundation building cultivators. Although female cultivators were still dominant, Bishuan Court had quite a few foundation building male cultivators in recent years. Seeing how young she was, the newly advanced foundation building cultivators were extremely astonished. It wasn't easy for a core formation cultivator to come to Bishuan Court, so Mo Tiange had to pass on some cultivation experience to these foundation building cultivators. In addition, she also accepted Wei Haolan's invitation to teach several cultivators who had hopes of advancing to the core formation realm. By the time everything was done, 7 or 8 days had already passed. Mo Tiange wasn't in a hurry. Although Mo Yaoqing's jade slip recorded the route, she still had to slowly comprehend it. She could take advantage of this time to ask Wei Haolan some things about the sea. Although she was already in the core formation realm, and her cultivation level was much higher than Wei Haolan's, she had no experience going to the sea except for that one time in the northernmost sea 60 years ago. Furthermore, that time wasn't accurate. The situation in the northernmost sea was very different from that in the eastern sea. When Wei Haolan heard Mo Tiange wanted to go to the sea, she didn't ask much. She just told Mo Tiange in detail about the general things she had to pay attention to when going to the sea, as well as the relatively dangerous sea beasts in the vicinity. However, because of her cultivation level, these things could only be used as references. After all, Wei Haolan also hadn't been to the deeper parts of the sea. Mo Yaoqing's Immortal's Cave, on the other hand, was in the depths of the Eastern Sea. Several days passed. When Mo Tinga finished preparing everything, she finally set out. Chapter 329. Elder Yi. The southeast is where our spirit stone vein is. The sea in this area is safe and doesn't have any dangerous sea beasts. In addition, this is a sea map passed down by the sect's founders. It records the distribution of sea beasts, but because of our limited cultivation levels, we haven't been to many places, so it might not necessarily be trustworthy. Mo Tinga took the sea map from Wei Haolan and said sincerely, "Thank you. With this sea map, my trip will be much safer." Mo Tinga smiled and waved her hand. "Elder Yi, you're our Bishuan Court's guest elder, and we're indebted to you. So this kind of trivial matter is something we should do." Mo Tinga also understood Bishuan Court's current situation. They had spirit stones and disciples, but what they lacked was some ways to obtain scarce resources and guidance from high-level cultivators. Therefore, a guest elder like her was very important to Bishuan Court. Wei Haolan would definitely do her best to satisfy Mo Tinga's request, and ask her to help Bishuan Court. Wei Haolan didn't only agree to Mo Tinga's request only because they went through trials and tribulations together several decades ago, and because the sect founder was her ancestor. After all, Wei Haolan had an extraordinary status in Xianqing school. It would be much easier to get some medicinal pills, or even core formation cultivation techniques, if they could form a relationship with her. Moreover, Wei Haolan's cultivation level was high and her future was promising. If she formed her nascent soul in the future, Bishuan Court would benefit greatly, as long as she occasionally looked after them. Nevertheless, Mo Tinga didn't care about Wei Haolan's plan. In any case, who could truly be good to someone without selfish motives in the cultivation world? It was enough as long as Wei Haolan didn't have any bad intentions. Besides, Wei Haolan and Bishuan Court had that kind of relationship, so she was much more reliable than strangers. As Mo Tinga put away the sea map, she suddenly remembered something and said, "Sect Head Wei, there's something I want to ask you." "Oh, please speak, Elder Yi," Mo Tinga said. "There's a fishing village near Linhai town, and there's a fisherman named Shui-san. When I came to Linhai 60 years ago, I had a fated encounter with his family. He had a daughter who was tested to have 5 spiritual roots, so she should be 68 years old now. When Linhai was in chaos, I don't know how they were doing. Please help me ask around." Upon hearing this was such a trivial matter, Wei Haolan readily agreed. "Rest assured, Elder Yi, it's just a trivial matter. Thank you in advance." Mo Tinga then raised her head and gazed at the eastern sea. As far as the eye could see, the sea was boundless. The sea breeze blew gently, and the ripples were clear and crystalline. When the wind was gentle and the sun was bright, the sea was so calm and beautiful. However, when it was angry, the waves were turbulent. In the face of its fury, humans, even cultivators, would find it difficult to calmly face it. Only those who reached the nascent soul stage, and had the ability to move mountains and drain oceans, would be able to face the fury of the ocean without fear. Mo Tinga speculated that since Mo Yaoqing set up her Immortal's Cave in the depths of the Eastern Sea, there was bound to be danger there. Although they had a map of the route she left behind, there were bound to be high-level sea beasts lurking in the depths of the sea. Perhaps it was because of this consideration that they had set up such a complicated restriction. However, she was not afraid. First of all, her natal magic weapon, the Heaven and Earth Fan, had reached the advanced level. This treasure's lethality wasn't very high, but its defensive and trapping abilities were top-notch. Coupled with her cloud-treading boots, white silk handkerchief and virtual sky world, she had a lot of life-saving means that ordinary core formation cultivators simply couldn't compare to. As long as she wasn't too unlucky, her life wouldn't be in danger. "Sect Head Wei, I'll take my leave first." Wei Haolan cupped her hands. "Elder Yi, come back soon." This time, Wei Haolan was much more polite. Although the two of them were still as close as before, it was inevitable that there was some respect in her tone. Emotinga smiled. Clouds formed under her feet, and she soared into the sky, turning into a flight light that swept towards the depths of the sea. After advancing to the core formation realm, a top-grade magic weapon like the cloud treading boots could truly display its power. When she was building her foundation, although she could also fly while wearing the cloud treading boots, her speed wasn't as fast as now. After she advanced to the core formation realm, when she used the cloud treading boots, clouds would form under her feet, and these clouds would carry her to fly, saving her a lot of spiritual power. A core formation cultivator's speed was extremely fast. In just half a day, she had already passed the location of the spirit stone vein Wei Haolan mentioned. If she flew further into the depths of the Eastern Sea, she didn't know what she would encounter. Emotinga pondered for a moment. She decided to fly a bit higher to avoid disturbing the powerful sea beasts. But she couldn't fly any higher, because she still had to look at the surface of the sea to find the marks Emo Yaoqing left behind. More than 5,000 years had passed. Emotinga wasn't sure whether the marks Emo Yaoqing left behind were still effective or not. However, with Emo Yaoqing's intelligence, she should have thought of this problem. With this thought in mind, Emotinga threw these doubts to the back of her mind and flew at full speed. This flight lasted for 5 days. During these 5 days, Emotinga changed from only seeing small sea beasts of the first and second rank at first to now. She often saw the appearance of fourth and fifth rank sea beasts. She was very cautious along the way. If she attracted the attention of these sea beasts, she would fly a bit higher to hide. On the 6th day, Emotinga finally found an island full of spiritual aura on the sea. This island was extremely small, only about 500 square meters in circumference. Maybe this island would be swallowed by a high tide. The spirit veins weren't very good either. The spiritual aura was faint, and it was only a very small spirit vein. Emotinga was very pleasantly surprised, because there was a record of this island in Emo Yaoqing's jade slip. However, Emo Yaoqing said it was a bit bigger. After all, 5,000 years had passed, so it was normal for the area of the island to change. In the sea, this kind of island could disappear overnight. Emotinga flew around the island in the air, but didn't find any traces of high-rank sea beasts in the surroundings. She then carefully landed on the island. She didn't know how long it had been since people came to this island. It was densely covered with vine-like plants, almost covering the whole area except for the beach. Upon seeing this, Emotinga carefully released Xiaohua from her spiritual beast pouch. Emo Yaoqing's jade slip said these vines were very strange. They seemed to be alive, and as long as there was a living thing, they would entangle and swallow it. In this world, beasts had always been herbivores. Herbivores like these violated common sense. Abnormalities were monsters, so these vines could also be said to be a kind of demonic grass. Because of this, there were very few sea beasts near this island. If those low-rank sea beasts accidentally came here, they would be swallowed by these vines. However, these vines were not without natural enemies. If it was a rank 5 demonic beast or above, it would be able to fight against them. Moreover, some sea beasts like to eat these vines, because these vines often ate demonic beasts, and contain more spiritual qi than ordinary spirit grasses. Swallowing these vines would also be beneficial to one's cultivation. The reason why Emo Yaoqing recorded these islands in the jade slip was because there was still a long way to go. The sea wasn't like land. You could stop and rest when you were tired of flying. It was normal to not see land for several days, or even dozens of days. Therefore, if someone wanted to find her immortal's cave, they would need to rest on this island. Although flying consumed very little spiritual aura, if one couldn't rest, even if one's spiritual aura was replenished by spirit-recovering pills, the mental fatigue would be unbearable. Once one's mental state was bad, one's reaction to danger would be slow, and their strength would drop a lot. Therefore, Emo Yaoqing recorded the locations of many islands that could provide temporary rest on the jade slip. Emotinga had the virtual sky world, so this problem originally didn't exist. The reason why she looked for these islands was firstly to use as a reference, and secondly, because Mo Yaoqing remembered the characteristics of these vines. She was interested and wanted to collect some. After all, this was the Eastern Sea where few people lived. Bishuang court cultivators' levels were still low, so they couldn't come here. These vines were also rare, so collecting some might be useful in the future. As soon as Xiaohua came out of the spiritual beast bag, it rushed towards the island with great joy. Maybe it was because it hadn't come out of the spiritual beast bag for a long time. Upon seeing this, Mo Tinga hastily stopped it. Xiaohua, come back. Xiaohua stopped for a moment, then turned to look at her. It blinked its black eyes, then turned to stare at the green vines, looking like it really wanted to go there. Upon seeing this, a thought emerged in Mo Tinga's mind. Could it be that not only sea beasts, but even a land-based spiritual beast like Xiaohua also instinctively wanted to eat these? Mo Yaoqing didn't say what would happen to spiritual beasts if they ate these vines. She only briefly mentioned the characteristics of these vines in the jade slip, and told them to pay attention to them when resting here. However, since sea beasts like to eat them, it should be the same for spiritual beasts, right? With this thought in mind, Mo Tinga said to Xiaohua, Xiaohua, use your magic to attack them. Xiaohua and her mind were connected, so after receiving her order, it immediately jumped and spewed out sun-real fire. All spiritual herbs were afraid of things like gold and fire. Even if these vines were demonic herbs, they were no exception. Once Xiaohua's sun-real fire came out, the vines, which were originally as peaceful as ordinary plants, instantly rose to avoid the sun-real fire. Upon seeing this, Xiaohua's eyes widened. It jumped up and shot another sun-real fire at the roots of the vines. This time, even if the vines tried to dodge and panic, they couldn't escape. The roots were immediately burned black, and the branches and leaves softened. Woo-woo! Xiaohua cried out excitedly. It ran over and bit those branches, and leaves then started to chew them. Mo Tinga saw that it could deal with them easily, so she didn't pay much attention to it. After all, Xiaohua was already in the 5th rank, and was a mutated beast. Ordinary demonic beasts couldn't do anything to it, let alone these vines. Since it liked to eat them, she'd let it eat them. With this thought in mind, she took out a flying sword and, relying on her high cultivation level, uprooted some vines. She used her spiritual power to suppress them, and sealed them in a jade box. She originally planned to wait for Xiaohua to eat enough, before entering the virtual sky world to rest. Who would have thought that this little guy seemed to be addicted to eating and wouldn't leave? Mo Tinga thought about it. There weren't any high-rank sea beasts in the vicinity, so she might as well let it go. She found a place to lay a defensive formation, and rest while she was at it, continuing to study Mo Yaoqing's route map. Mo Tinga took out the jade slip, and the sea map Wei Haolong gave her, then carefully compared the two. In terms of meticulousness, Mo Yaoqing's map was naturally better. She carefully recorded the route she took that year. She clearly remembered which places had islands to refer to, and what kind of demonic beasts there were. However, the sea map Wei Haolong gave her might be more accurate. After all, Mo Yaoqing was a person from 5,000 years ago. 5,000 years had passed, and some things had definitely changed. The small island might disappear, but another island might appear, and the demonic beasts might have migrated. According to Mo Yaoqing's notes, if she flew southeast from this small island, there would be a big island. However, according to Wei Haolong's sea map, there was no big island there. Mo Tinga frowned. Which one was right in the end? Chapter 330. After thinking for a while, Mo Tinga shook her head, and threw this question to the back of her mind. She just needed to see which one was correct. Anyway, that was the only way. Just as she was about to put away the jade slip, and adjust her breath, she suddenly felt Xiaohua's spiritual aura fluctuation. She quickly turned around, and saw Xiaohua running further, and further away from her. At this moment, Xiaohua was fighting with a very thick vine. Logically speaking, Xiaohua was already a 5th-rank spiritual beast. Even if this vine had demonic energy, it was still a plant. Especially after Xiaohua had mutated and possessed the sun-real fire. Ordinary demonic beasts shouldn't be able to defeat it. However, for some reason, this vine wasn't afraid of the sun-real fire at all. It only dodged slightly, and then swept towards Xiaohua ferociously. Realizing the situation was bad, Emotinga stood up. Xiaohua. Upon hearing her voice, Xiaohua spouted sun real fire, forcing the vine to retreat, then turned around and ran back to her. Emotinga waved her hand. A white light flashed, and the heaven and earth fan appeared in her hand. She then carefully walked towards the vine. This vine was very thick, several times thicker than the ones he had seen before. At first glance, it was impossible to find its roots. The branches and leaves were lush and entrenched, layer upon layer, like a towering tree. Sunreal fire was an excellent fire for concocting pills and refining tools. It could melt many hard things. This vine was just a plant with spiritual aura that ate demonic beasts. So why wasn't it afraid? She thought for a while, then took out her flying sword to cut the vine's leaves. Before the flying sword arrived, the vine had already moved. Its branches danced in the air, trying to avoid the sword. Emotinga shook her sleeves and pushed her spiritual aura. The flying sword stabbed straight. This time, it hit the target, but it only left a shallow sword mark on the vine. Emotinga frowned slightly. She wasn't good at flying swords, but this flying sword was a magic weapon given to her by Lord Taoist Jinghe. It was extremely sharp, but it actually couldn't cut it. Xiaohua, burn it with magic. Xiaohua obediently jumped forward and spouted sun real fire again. This time, the vine moved a bit more. Its leaves danced wildly and swept several strong winds, blocking the real fire. However, Emotinga still noticed that there were burn marks at the ends of the leaves. The true sun fire was still useful, but the effect was not that good. However, using the sun's true flame to force the vines back was not enough. Emotinga pondered for a moment and came up with an idea. She took out the stone sculpture puppet from her Qianquan bag. Ever since she got these two puppets, she rarely used them against her enemies. It was because she advanced too quickly. However, these two puppets were extremely strong and could be useful in certain situations. At this moment, she was instructing the two puppets to walk towards the vine. The vine seemed to have sensed the spiritual energy, and its branches wrapped around the puppets. The two puppets stopped and swung their swords together. With one slash, it only left two shallow wounds on the vines. Then these soft vines wrapped around the two puppets. Xiaohua was a little anxious, so it let out woo-woo sounds. These two puppets had always accompanied it in the virtual sky world, so they already had feelings for each other. Emotinga smiled and comforted it. Don't worry. Although the stone sculpture dolls were incredibly strong and hard, the vines were also extremely tough and flexible, perfectly restraining them. It was impossible for them to cut the vines. However, this wasn't Emotinga's plan when she took out the puppets. The vines wrapped around the two mannequins until they were unable to move. Then the vines flung them backwards. At this time, Emotinga saw that there was a huge pocket between the tangled branches and leaves behind the vines, which looked like a big mouth. When the vines rolled the puppets over, the big mouth opened, and the vines threw the puppets inside. The big mouth closed and began to wriggle as if it was swallowing something. Seeing this scene, Emotinga smiled slightly. She moved her divine sense, and the big pocket suddenly protruded. The vine's branches and leaves began to tremble, as if they were in pain. Then, the trembling became more and more violent, and even the big pocket hidden deep in the back began to twist. All of a sudden, with a rip, a hole appeared in the big pocket. The stone sculpture puppet's stone sword came out from inside, and green liquid flowed out. Xiaohua spell. Xiaohua jumped up and sprayed sun's real flame. At the same time, Emotinga's flying sword slashed forward. While the vine's branches were resisting the sun's real flame, it flew in through the gap and stabbed the big pocket behind it. This time, the flying sword neatly went into the handle, and more green liquid flowed out. Then, the two stone sculpture puppets broke out of the big pocket. The big pocket was no longer a pocket. It was so tattered that it almost looked like a sieve. More and more green liquid flowed out from inside, and the vine's movements became slower and slower. In the end, they finally hung down and stopped moving. Xiaohua immediately cheered a few times, rushed up, and began to gnaw at the pocket. Emotinga also walked over and studied this special vine. If these vines were all monsters, This vine's cultivation level was obviously higher than the others. Even Sun's real flame couldn't burn its branches. She thought for a moment, then used her flying sword to cut the branches. Although she couldn't cut them immediately, she continuously used her flying sword to cut them. In the end, she still cut 2 of them. At this time, Xiaohua had already eaten the big pocket. Looking at the green vines that were already lifeless, its black eyes turned, and it couldn't help but take a bite. This time, it almost bit its teeth to pieces. It jumped up with a woo sound, covered its mouth with its 2 front paws, and jumped around on the ground. Emotinga was amused by its actions and grabbed it. Let's see if you're still greedy. Xiaohua covered its mouth for a long time before it blinked, put down its paws, and lowered its head pitifully. Emotinga stroked its head and said, "This thing is too hard. You can't chew it off. If you want to take it away, it'll take a long time. Let's wait until we come back." She only cut off 2 branches, but it took her so long. If she wanted to take all these things away, it would take her several days. The purpose of her trip was to find Emo Yaoqing's immortal's cave, so she'd better finish her business first. She took Xiaohua into the virtual sky world, rested for a while, then left the virtual sky world, and continued on their journey. They flew southeast for another 2 days. The sea was vast, and there was no trace of an island. Emotinga searched for a long time, using the compass to check her position. Eventually, she confirmed that the sea map Wei Haolan gave her was correct. There was indeed no big island here. Maybe after 5,000 years, that big island had already disappeared in the boundless sea. Helpless, she could only continue to look for the next sign. Just like that, she flew and stopped searching for several months. When she was tired, she went into the virtual sky world to rest and play with the 2 spiritual beasts. When she was full of energy, she came out and continued to fly. During this time, she took several wrong turns and encountered several demonic beasts in the sea. On Emo Yaoqing's map, several small islands had already disappeared. Towards the end, the sea chart Wei Haolan gave her also didn't have any records. Emo Yaoqing had no choice but to rely on the compass to correct the direction bit by bit and find the right path. A few months later, Emotinga began to feel anxious. Although she didn't need to look for an island to rest, and her spiritual aura was always full. Every day she flew, she always saw the boundless sea. She didn't even have anyone to talk to, so the mental pressure was getting bigger and bigger. In a place that never changed, it was easy for people to feel anxious, even if she was a cultivator. Just as she was about to reach her limit, her divine sense jumped, and she finally sensed spiritual aura fluctuations in the distance. Upon discovering this, Emotinga was overjoyed. She had been going around the sea for several months, and had almost gone crazy. If she continued like this, she could only give up temporarily, and enter the virtual sky world to cultivate her mental state. Fortunately, she finally sensed it. According to Emo Yaoqing's map, this was the last place she had to look for. The spiritual aura fluctuations became stronger and stronger, and an island finally appeared in her line of sight. Emotinga was ecstatic. She was glad that this island didn't become one of the sunken islands. If it did, her trip would have been in vain. But at this time, she became more cautious because Emo Yaoqing clearly said in the Jade Slip that there were powerful formations and restrictions in the Immortal's cave she passed away in meditation. Emo Yaoqing was a genius. The part about formations in her notes gave Emotinga a lot of inspiration, not to mention the Immortal's cave she personally set up. Even if she had the map in her hand, Emotinga didn't dare to take it lightly. When she got closer, Emotinga circled several times over the island. This was a small island with a circumference of about 5 miles. It was surrounded by clouds and faint spiritual aura, giving off a fairy-like aura. Emotinga could see that there should be a middle-level spirit vein on this island, but most of the spiritual aura was restrained, and only a small amount of spiritual aura escaped. This kind of spiritual aura couldn't attract the attention of high-level demonic beasts, but some low-level sea beasts appeared around the island. The island was ring-shaped. The outermost layer was a beach, and the inner layer was a gradually raised small mountain. Looking down from above, in the blue sea, A layer of fine white sand surrounded a piece of green, looking very beautiful. On the highest mountain in the middle, Emo Tienga found traces of formations, which were consistent with the records in Emo Yaoqing's jade slip. After confirming she was in the right place, Emo Tienga spread her hand, and the white silk handkerchief flew out, turning into a thin mist that surrounded her. Then she held the heaven and earth fan tightly and slowly descended. Although she found the place, it was hard to say whether it was dangerous or not. After all, 5,000 years had passed, so it was normal to have some changes in the middle. When she finally stepped on the ground, Emo Tienga spread her divine sense first. Except for the location of the Immortal's Cave mentioned by Emo Yaoqing, there was no danger in other places. She felt a little relieved and walked towards the Immortal's Cave. Emo Yaoqing said there was a 7 extremes formation she created outside the Immortal's Cave. She didn't explain how to break this formation in the jade slip, which could be regarded as a test for future generations. Coincidentally, Emo Tienga had obtained her personal notes, which contained sporadic records about this 7 extremes formation. Coupled with her own attainments in formations, she had a certain degree of confidence in breaking this formation. The so-called 7 extremes formation was actually the 5 elements in yin and yang. Each extreme was a test, and this formation was composed of 7 tests. Emo Yaoqing called this formation 7 extremes because she was proud of herself. She thought she had reached the pinnacle of combining the 5 elements and yin and yang in her cultivation realm, so she named it 7 extremes. In this formation, the 5 elements suddenly changed. Sometimes they restrained each other, and sometimes they promoted each other. It seemed to be metal, but it could also be water or fire. Yin and yang were mixed up, and it would be difficult to distinguish whether it was yin or yang unless one was extremely proficient in formations. Therefore, the secret to breaking this formation was actually one word: divide. As long as the division was clear, this formation would be easy to break. Chapter 331. Emo Tienga didn't enter the formation immediately. She already had an idea on how to break this 7 extremes formation, and had been preparing for months. At this time, she directed the 2 stone sculpture puppets to enter the formation, and triggered the formation one by sensing it with her divine sense. These 2 puppets weren't living creatures, and their materials were very special, so they wouldn't be affected by this formation at all. Emo Tienga manipulated them with her divine sense, and could clearly feel the changes in the formation. She manipulated them very carefully. Every time she found a suspicious point, she repeatedly used the puppets to test it, until she figured out the changes of the 5 elements and yin. This process took a full 2 days. This 7 extremes formation was really too big and too complicated. 2 days later, Emo Tienga let the 2 stone sculpture puppets come out of the 7 extremes formation. She had roughly figured out the changes of the 5 elements and yin in this 7 extremes formation, and she already had a way to deal with it. She still didn't enter the 7 extremes formation. Instead, she directly entered the virtual sky world, and began to refine a magic weapon. She was still very clumsy about refining tools, but this time, she wasn't going to refine an ordinary magic weapon, but a formation tool. Formations and magic weapons were originally completely different fields, but under special circumstances, they could also be interconnected. Emo Tienga was very familiar with making formation tools. Even if she wasn't good at refining tools, the probability of refining it into a magic weapon wouldn't be too low. She got the inspiration for this method of breaking formations from Qin Shi. Qin Shi had a magic weapon called the peak positioning lamp, which had a miraculous effect on breaking restrictions. Restrictions and formations were interconnected. Although it wasn't very common to use a magic weapon to break formations, it wasn't impossible. Of course, magic weapons used to break formations were very rare. For one thing, different formations required different methods of breaking formations. For another, such a magic weapon required the maker's attainments in formations to be too high. Formation masters were very rare in the cultivation world today. Most of the people who were good at formations were nascent soul cultivators, who had a long life and were bored. However, Their cultivation levels were superb, so they could completely break formations on the spot. Few people were bored enough to make a magic weapon to break formations. The reason why Emotienga wanted to make this magic weapon was that this 7 extremes formation was too powerful. Emo Yaoqing hid the jade slip so deeply that only nascent soul cultivators could see it, but she was only in the core formation realm now. Just now, after using the stone sculpture puppets to test the formation, he understood that if he were to personally enter the formation to break it, he would inevitably suffer some injuries. Thus, it was better to use a safer method. Another month passed as the refinement continued. The way of formations, to put it bluntly, was the understanding of the 5 elements, yin and yang, as well as precise calculations. This 7 extremes formation was Mo Yaoqing's proud work. It contained a huge amount of data, so calculating it was a very tiring thing. If she hadn't read Mo Yaoqing's notes, Emotienga admitted that even if she had completely comprehended the Xuanji formation book, it would have taken her at least several months to completely deduce the 7 extremes formation. But in Mo Yaoqing's notes, there were fragmentary records of this formation, so she spent a month to comprehend the data of this formation. As long as the data of the 5 elements and yin and yang were clear, it would be a simple matter to create a tool to break the formation. After a few more days, the formation-breaking magic treasure was finally completed. Emotienga called this magic treasure the star positioning compass. It was similar to a compass, but it was more sensitive to yin and yang, and the 5 elements. After the star positioning compass was completed, Emotienga rested in the virtual sky world for a day. Then she came out of the virtual sky world full of energy, and faced the 7 extremes formation again. This time, the 2 stone sculpture puppets were still the first to enter. After the 2 puppets entered the formation, the 7 extremes formation suddenly burst into dazzling light. 5 colors of gold, cyan, blue, red and yellow appeared, and black shadows and white lights kept flashing. At the same time, the moment the 7 extremes formation was activated, the spiritual aura on the whole island became chaotic. When the formation was completely triggered, Emotienga calmly took out the star positioning compass. The star positioning compass flew into the 7 extremes formation and emitted a sparkling white light. Under this white light, the surrounding 5 elements slowly stabilized. Of course, the 7 extremes formation wasn't so easy to break. After discovering this force, the 5 elements around the star positioning compass twisted and immediately changed into another combination of 5 elements. The star positioning compass continued to emit white light, combing the surrounding 5 elements one by one. At this time, Emotienga had laid a small spirit gathering formation outside the formation, sat down cross-legged, and operated the Taiyuan record. With the Yang spiritual aura, a complete origin had been formed in her body, so it wouldn't be a big problem for her to directly practice the Taiyuan record. The star positioning compass could comb the 5 elements, but there was a simpler way to stabilize yin and yang, which was to use the Taiyuan record to drive the yin and yang spiritual aura around her to form a origin. In this way, yin and yang would be under her control, and it would no longer be chaotic. Time passed bit by bit. No matter how the 7 extremes formation changed, the star positioning compass always emitted a stable white light, reversing the surrounding 5 elements. The 2 poles of yin and yang, driven by Emotienga, had formed a cycle. After a stalemate, the 7 extremes formation gathered a huge force and rushed to the star positioning compass in the formation. With a solemn expression, Emotienga made a hand seal, gathered spiritual aura in her palm, and hit the star positioning compass. She used several high-grade spirit stones as the source of spiritual aura in this star positioning compass, but it was still not enough for the 7 extremes formation. This formation had existed here for so many years, but it could still operate. It should be like Wanderer Ziwei, which directly used the spirit vein itself. Therefore, the formation wouldn't lose its effectiveness unless the spirit vein dissipated after a long time. But now was obviously not the time to lose its effectiveness. Its power might have weakened, but its power was still huge. Emo Tiange could only continuously transmit her spiritual aura to the star positioning compass, while she relied on the spirit gathering formation, spirit stones, and spirit recovering pills to restore her spiritual aura. This was a battle of spiritual aura. As long as she had enough spiritual aura, breaking the formation was only a matter of time. The spiritual power stalemate lasted for 3 full days. 3 days later, a loud explosion came from the 7 extremes formation. The star positioning compass suddenly absorbed a large amount of spiritual aura and exploded. At the same time, the power of the 7 extremes formation finally dissipated. Emo Tiange sat cross-legged on the ground for a long time. For 3 days, she had been continuously transmitting spiritual aura, so she was now extremely tired. After adjusting her breath for a long time, she finally recovered her spirit. She stood up, took back the puppet, walked into the broken 7 extremes formation, picked up the star positioning compass on the ground and sighed. This star positioning compass used a lot of rare materials, but it was still destroyed. If she went inside to break the formation herself, she really didn't know how dangerous it would be. After passing through the broken 7 extremes formation, Emo Tiange saw a narrow entrance. This entrance seemed to be just a crack between the rocks. Through the crack, she could only see a very small valley with nothing else in sight. Emo Tiange took out the jade slip and compared it to the entrance. After confirming it was the right place, she walked in. She went straight into the depths of the valley. She cast an art and hit the mountain wall. The mountain wall opened with a sound, revealing a cave as tall as a person. She then stepped inside. The cave was very dark, almost without light. Presumably, even if there was a moonstone, it had lost its light after thousands of years. She took out a mother moonstone from her qianquan bag, hung it around her waist, and slowly walked forward. The rest of the journey was very smooth. There were a few tests that Emo Yaoqing held back, but Emo Tiange was prepared in advance, so she passed them one by one. Finally, after walking through a stone path, the front suddenly opened up. Emo Tiange looked around. This was a ring-shaped valley, green grass, and the sun was shining brightly. She found it a bit unbelievable. When she came down from the sky, she didn't see this valley at all. It seemed to be hidden by a restriction, but she didn't find any trace of it. In that case, her smooth journey was simply because Emo Yaoqing didn't intend to make things difficult for later generations. Otherwise, she didn't know how long it would take her to find the entrance with this restriction alone. Although the valley was green and full of vitality, weeds were everywhere and had long been abandoned. Emo Tiange occasionally saw a few spiritual plants, but she didn't take them seriously. After all, the spiritual aura here wasn't good, and the spiritual plants were also very thin. Even if they were old, they were completely inferior to the virtual sky world. On the mountain walls surrounding the valley, there were several caves. Emo Tiange cautiously took out Emo Yaoqing's jade slip and carefully compared it. After understanding the purpose of these caves, she entered them one by one. These caves were nothing more than a cultivation room, a concocting room, a spiritual beast room, and so on. There was nothing in the spiritual beast room. When Emo Yaoqing passed away in meditation, she released her spiritual beasts. Emo Tiange entered the pill concocting room, tool refining room, and so on. She found several kinds of rare tools, so she picked 1 or 2 that she needed and put them into her qianquan bag. The jade slips Emo Yaoqing left behind were for the descendants of the Emo family and for the disciples of Bishuan court. If she took all of them, and some nascent soul disciples of Bishuan court came looking for them in the future, there would be nothing left. She wasn't greedy and didn't intend to cut off other people's escape routes. In the end, she entered the cultivation room. This cultivation room was narrow and winding, and there were messy things everywhere. There were all kinds of materials, books, jade slips, and some strange things whose uses she didn't know. Emo Tiange looked at them one by one, feeling a bit incredulous. It wasn't because these materials were rare, but because they were placed in such a messy way. With a qianquan bag, these things naturally didn't need to be piled up in the cave. The fact that they were piled up randomly like this could only mean one thing. Emo Yaoqing was very lazy. After she used them, She just threw them away and was too lazy to tidy them up. Emo Tiange sighed as she continued to walk inside. The immortal's cave left behind by Miss Yao Qing, who had a gentle voice and was said by Yuan Bao to be incomparably charming, was actually like this? This was a bit too. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she turned into the depths of the cultivation room. When she saw the innermost jade platform, she instantly became speechless, completely speechless. A woman was sitting on the jade platform. She was sitting cross-legged with a dignified bearing. Her eyes were closed, and her expression was calm. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains. Her face was like the autumn moon. Her skin was like snow, and her black hair was like clouds. She was just sitting there casually, but there wasn't a single part of her that wasn't beautiful. Ever since she set foot on the path to immortality, Emo Tiange had seen a lot of beautiful women. Even she herself, although she couldn't be said to be beautiful enough to captivate birds and beasts, she was still elegant and handsome. However, there had never been a woman who could make the words devastatingly beautiful involuntarily emerge in her heart. This woman's beauty was indeed something she had never seen in her life. After a long time, Emo Tiange finally regained her composure and heaved a sigh of relief. Although this woman was vivid and lifelike, just like a living person, Emo Tiange knew this was nothing more than a skeleton. Aside from Emo Yaoqing, there was naturally no one else but a skeleton sitting cross-legged in this cave. With this thought in mind, Emo Tiange felt it was inconceivable. Her ancestor, a female cultivator who lived more than 5,000 years ago, possessed a pure Yin constitution, and was a world-shaking talent, was actually such an astonishingly beautiful woman. Chapter 332. In Emo Tiange's mind, Yuan Bao's description of her as the incomparably charming and charming Miss Yaoqing emerged. This kind of appearance was indeed worthy of the words, incomparably charming and charming. Her demeanor was very dignified, and there was not a trace of frivolity on her face. However, one could not help but feel that there was a flirtatious feeling emanating from her bones. Emo Tiange couldn't help but wonder how beautiful she would be if she was still alive. With just a smile, all the men in the world would fall head over heels for her. Zhong Muling really took advantage of her. No wonder he wasn't angry even after being schemed against like that. After pondering for a moment, Emo Tiange brushed her robes and knelt down. Great Ancestor, this junior Emo Tiange received Great Ancestor's guidance when I was a child. You passed on the art of Sinu to me, and I set foot on the path to immortality. Now that I have achieved some success in my immortal cultivation, I followed Great Ancestor's ruins to come here. I didn't expect to see Great Ancestor's remains. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. Then he respectfully kowtowed 3 times before standing up. The reason why Emo Yaoqing's corpse hadn't rotted even after 5,000 years was probably because she had some kind of treasure on her. Emo Tiange naturally wouldn't take it away. Not to mention that such an action would be too disrespectful to this ancestor. She was also reluctant to destroy such a beautiful body. After apologizing, Emo Tiange raised her head and looked around, searching for the things she needed. The ground was full of materials, but these weren't her goal. In terms of wealth, although she wasn't as good as a nascent soul cultivator like Emo Yaoqing, she still had a lot of treasures. Her most important purpose was to obtain the cultivation insights Emo Yaoqing left behind. After searching for a while among the miscellaneous items, he found that none of the books and jade slips that had been casually thrown around were of any value. However, there were also some extremely valuable secret records of cultivation methods among them. Emo Tiange picked them up then put them aside, preparing to make a copy to take with her. After searching for a while, Emo Tiange still couldn't find what she wanted. Emo Tiange was extremely puzzled. Emo Yaoqing's jade slip recorded it very clearly, so it was impossible that it didn't exist. On second thought, there were all kinds of materials piled up on the ground. There were no magic treasures or the like. Could it be that they were placed somewhere else? Emo Tiange searched the small and narrow cultivation room for a long time. She also checked Emo Yaoqing's jade slip to confirm that there wasn't anything like a treasure storing room here. A thought flashed through her mind, and she shifted her gaze to Emo Yaoqing. She had searched everywhere else except for this place. Great ancestor, please forgive this junior for offending you. After Emo Tiange cupped her hands again, she reached under the praying mat Emo Yaoqing was sitting on and fumbled around. Sure enough, she pulled out a Qingquan bag from underneath. Delighted, she took the Qingquan bag and put her hand inside. She was shocked again. There were too many treasures here. Looking at the materials piled up in the cultivation room, Emo Yaoqing's net worth was already extraordinary. But compared to the things in the Qingquan bag, it was nothing. Emo Tiange took out these magic weapons and placed them on the ground one by one. There were actually about 20 to 30 of them. Moreover, these magic weapons were all high-grade magic weapons. Based on Emo Yaoqing's attainments in tool refining, the magic weapons she left in her Qingquan bag and brought to the place of her death obviously weren't ordinary. Emo Tiange felt like she didn't know where to start. Her master, Lord Taoist Jinghe, had always been very generous to her. The magic weapons he bestowed her were also of excellent quality, but compared to Emo Yaoqing's magic weapons, they weren't good enough. It wasn't that Lord Taoist Jinghe's net worth was inferior to Emo Yaoqing's, but the magic weapons Lord Taoist Jinghe gave her were common magic weapons for juniors, while Emo Yaoqing's magic weapons were the trump cards of a nascent soul cultivator. The two of them originally couldn't be compared. She thought for a long time, but still didn't know how to choose, so she simply put them aside and continued to search in her Qingquan bag. As she searched, she found many jade slips. She injected her divine sense into them one by one, feeling ecstatic. She finally found them. Among these jade slips, there was a copy of Emo Yaoqing's cultivation experience, a copy of her life experience, and a copy for the juniors who found this place. Cultivator who came here. I don't know whether you're a descendant of the Emo family or a disciple of Bishuan court. If you're neither, being able to find this place and break my 7 extremes formation can be considered fate. You may take 1/5 of the treasures in this immortal's cave and choose 5 magic weapons in this Qingquan bag. Remember, you can't be greedy. Otherwise, the restrictions in this immortal's cave will be activated in an instant, and you'll be killed. After reading this message, Emo Tiange suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. With Emo Yaoqing's attainments and formations, she believed these words weren't empty words. The restrictions in this immortal's cave completely concealed this valley. If she just flew over it, she wouldn't be able to see any trace of it. So it was obvious how amazing these restrictions were. Fortunately, she wasn't greedy. If she impatiently put these materials into her Qingquan bag right after she entered the immortal's cave, the restrictions might have been activated, or she might have taken all these magic weapons as soon as she saw them. In that case, she would have become a skeleton by now. After calming herself down, she continued to read. The following was an introduction to these magic weapons. She looked at them carefully and compared them to the real objects, slowly choosing them. The first magic weapon she chose was called Spirit Guiding Bead. This bead couldn't be used directly in fights of magical power, but it could store spiritual aura and be used like a spirit stone during fights of magical power. The spiritual aura this bead could store was much more than a spirit stone. Because of the special effect of the art of the origin, Emo Tiange's spiritual aura consumption, during fights of magical power, was slightly less than that of ordinary cultivators. However, if she had this spirit guiding bead, she wouldn't need to worry about spiritual aura in fights of magical power in the future. The second one was called Tai Chi 8 Diagrams. This diagram was painted with Tai Chi 8 diagrams, which was all-encompassing and had the effect of automatically combing spiritual aura and stabilizing yin and yang. Its function was similar to the star positioning compass Emo Tiange refined before, but its effect was many times stronger. With this thing, it would be much easier to break the 7 extremes formation, and she wouldn't need to consume so much spiritual aura. The third one was the Lotus umbrella. This umbrella was very exquisite, and there were many budding pink lotuses painted on it. It could be seen that Emo Yaoqing was also a woman who loved beauty. Emo Yaoqing said that when this umbrella was opened, the poisonous and demonic aura around her would not be able to invade, and it would automatically attack the enemy. It was the best magic weapon when fighting against demonic creatures. The fourth one was called Spirit Cloud's Rui. This was an offensive magic weapon. The several magic weapons Mo Tienga chose before were all for auxiliary use in fights of magical power. Her Heaven and Earth fan was also more defensive than offensive, so she chose an offensive magic weapon this time. This magic weapon contained amazing spiritual aura. Once it was thrown out, it could cause the surrounding spiritual aura to explode, causing a great impact on the enemy. As for the last one, she thought for a long time, and finally decided on a teleportation magic weapon, the Land Shrinking Ruler. When she escaped from Mount Yunwu, Qin Shi gave her a magic tool he stole from Yunwu sect, the Land Fleeing Ruler. In the foundation building realm, this magic tool was a good tool for escaping, but after she formed her gold core, when fighting against people, the enemy's divine sense and speed were many times stronger than those in the foundation building realm, so this magic tool wasn't so effective anymore. Now that she obtained this Land Shrinking Ruler, not only could she teleport, but it could also increase her speed. When used together with her cloud-treading boots, it was a good tool for escaping. She no longer put all her hopes on the virtual sky world. Ren Yufeng's experience made her realize that her virtual sky world would occasionally fail. Moreover, it would take several breaths of time to enter the virtual sky world. In fights of magical power between high-level cultivators, several breaths of time could often determine life and death. After she finished choosing her magic weapon, Mo Tienga copied all of Mo Yaoqing's books and jade slips, regardless of whether they were useful or not, then put them into her Qingquan bag. Although Mo Tienga said she couldn't take 1/5 of the books, she only copied them, and didn't take the original ones. That shouldn't be too much, right? As for the materials piled on the ground, she chose some rare ones. Fortunately, she also had a lot of materials on her, so she didn't need to worry too much. After she finished collecting them, Mo Tienga put the remaining magic weapons and jade slips back into Mo Yaoqing's Qingquan bag, and put them under the praying mat, returning them to their original appearance. This way, if Bishuan court disciples came looking for them in the future, they'd also have to go through the same test. After doing all this, Mo Tienga once again knelt in front of Mo Yaoqing's corpse. Junior Mo Tienga is extremely grateful for great ancestors' gift. I hereby kowtow to express my gratitude. After kowtowing, she carefully withdrew from Mo Yaoqing's cultivation room. But just as he exited the room, a restriction suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cultivation chamber, sealing it. Mo Tienga was stunned, but she soon realized that the 7 extremes formation outside must have been broken, so the restriction on this cultivation room must have been temporarily removed. When she withdrew from the cultivation room, the restriction automatically restored itself. She was both shocked and regretful. She was shocked because she knew a lot about the Tao of formations. She knew that it wasn't difficult to set up a powerful formation, but it was quite difficult to make it automatically restore itself after it was broken. In that case, the so-called breaking of the formation was nothing but a test for the junior. Mo Yaoqing's attainments in formations were actually far superior to hers. Fortunately, she copied all of Mo Yaoqing's jade slips and books. If she studied them slowly, she should be able to learn the secrets of formations. She regretted that she didn't plan to leave the island immediately. The reason why she withdrew from the cultivation room was because she felt it was a bit disrespectful for her to study Mo Yaoqing's corpse inside. She didn't expect that by retreating, she would tacitly admit that she'd already made her choice, so the restriction was restored again. If she wanted to enter again, she would have to break the formation again. However, if she tried to break the formation again, it would take a lot of effort, even if she had the Tai Chi 8 diagrams now. Her main purpose had been achieved, and there was nothing else she needed to take, so she didn't need to waste her effort. Mo Tienga sighed at the restriction at the entrance of the cultivation room, and decided to forget about it. Even if there was something she hadn't chosen, it was just some materials, which she wasn't in urgent need of. With that thought, she sat cross-legged in the valley outside the cultivation room, and began to study the jade slips she'd just obtained. The first thing she took was Mo Yaoqing's life record. After injecting her divine sense into it, the following information appeared in her mind. My name is Emo Yaoqing. I'm a cultivator from Yunzhong. Because I have a pure Yin constitution and double spiritual roots, I entered the Danxia sect of the righteous path when I was a child and worshipped Master Taoist Qixia as my master. Then she recorded some of her experiences in the sect in detail. The more Emo Tiange read, the more surprised she became. According to Emo Yaoqing, Yunzhong was completely different from the celestial pole. In the cultivation world of the celestial pole, aside from Taoist cultivators, there were only a few Confucian cultivators. The devil path was suppressed in the small area north of extraterrestrial devil after the Great War between the righteous and devil path. And the devil path cultivators were only active in the forest south of Kunwu. In Yunzhong, however, the cultivators of Taoist, devil, Buddhist, Confucian and devil path cultivators all lived together. Although Taoist cultivators also occupied an absolute advantage, the various Taoists occasionally had disputes, but usually, they lived in harmony. Yunzhong was extremely large and had many spirit veins, unlike the celestial pole, which basically had all spirit veins in Kunwu. Therefore, there were also many more cultivators in Yunzhong than in the celestial pole. Chapter 333. Yunzhong was located in the south of the celestial pole. After crossing Kunwu Mountain, the southern forest and the South Sea, one would arrive in Yunzhong. Because there were many demonic beasts in the southern forest, and the East Sea was separated by Demonic Mountain, few cultivators in the celestial pole knew about the situation in Yunzhong. Even those who were knowledgeable only knew that there was a piece of land south of the sea. Over time, people in the celestial pole just called it Shannon, meaning south of Kunwu Mountain. Although Yunzhong and the celestial pole were only separated by the South Sea, only a few cultivators could reach the other land since ancient times. There were countless high-level sea beasts in the South Sea, and it was said that 8th or 9th rank sea beasts were not uncommon. Sea beasts above the 5th rank could generally fly. 8th or 9th rank sea beasts were equivalent to human cultivators in the early or middle stage of the nascent soul realm. Once one was entangled by these high-level sea beasts in the sea, even a nascent soul cultivator would find it difficult to escape. In addition, the weather in the South Sea was unpredictable, and gales and tsunamis were common, which added a lot of variables to crossing the South Sea. According to Emo Yaoqing, Yunzhong was a bit bigger than the celestial pole. Most importantly, it had a lot of spirit veins distributed everywhere, so there were also a lot of cultivators. In Yunzhong, cultivation was a very common thing, and mortals were also very enthusiastic about it, although most of them could only cultivate a little spiritual aura, and couldn't even reach the first layer of the aura refining realm. This was different from the celestial pole. In the celestial pole, because Kunwu Mountain had the largest spirit veins, there were only some weak spirit veins in the secular world, so 80% of cultivators gathered in Kunwu Mountain. Most mortals in the secular world only heard about the legends of immortals, and didn't know much about cultivation. Because of the prevalence of cultivation, there were a lot of high-level cultivators in Yunzhong. Ordinary small cultivation groups had 1 or 2 nascent soul cultivators, and big cultivation groups even had more than 10 nascent soul cultivators. Seeing this, Emo Tiange was very surprised. Tiandao sect was the biggest cultivation group in the celestial pole, but in its heyday, it usually only had 6 or 7 nascent soul cultivators, and never had more than 10. If there were more than 10 nascent soul cultivators, the sect should have tens of thousands of disciples, which was quite incredible for the celestial pole. Yunzhong's cultivation resources were also very rich, because Yunzhong was accessible in all directions. In the south was the returning ruined sea, in the east was the Yuanzhou continent, and in the west was Shaoyang. Except for the celestial pole in the north, which was too dangerous to set foot in due to the sea, Yunzhong had connections with all the nearby continents. This scene greatly broadened Emo Tiange's horizons. Living in the celestial pole, she thought other places were like the celestial pole, where it was difficult to communicate with the outside world. But it turned out that there were places like Yunzhong that were accessible from all directions, and could come and go at will. The sect Mo Yaoqing entered was called Danxia sect, and it was also a Dao cultivation sect. Even in Yunzhong, cultivators were the most numerous among all kinds of cultivators. They, along with Buddhist and Confucian cultivators, were known as the righteous path. Danxia sect could also be considered a big sect in Yunzhong. When Mo Yaoqing was there were 9 nascent soul cultivators, more than 80 core formation cultivators, and 10,000 disciples. After describing the general situation in Yunzhong, Mo Yaoqing began to record what she had experienced one by one. As Mo Tiange read, she sighed with emotion. For female cultivators, being too beautiful wasn't a good thing. Mo Yaoqing's spiritual roots weren't bad, and coupled with her pure yin constitution, she became a disciple of Master Taoist Wuxia, a nascent soul cultivator. In Yunzhong, titles were very casual, unlike in the celestial pole, where core formation cultivators were called Master Taoist and nascent soul cultivators were called Lord Taoist. Master Taoist Wuxia was also a female cultivator. After she accepted Mo Yaoqing as her disciple, she valued her very much. Therefore, for more than 100 years, Mo Yaoqing had always been a proud daughter of heaven. She had excellent qualifications, a high status, and a beautiful appearance. Not to mention in Danxia sect, she was also famous in the entire righteous path. Some people even gave her a nickname, Yaotai Fairy. However, Mo Yaoqing was dismissive of this reputation. Under the reputation of Yaotai Fairy, no one saw her exceptional intelligence. She comprehended spells very quickly and had a unique understanding of Taoist scriptures. She could often modify some spells to make them more powerful. She even had good talents in pill concocting, tool refining, formations, and talisman making. However, what others saw was only the fairy of the Yaotai Pavilion's stunning beauty and decent aptitude. Many young cultivators fell in love with her, and among them, there was no lack of high-level cultivators who wanted to marry her and become dual cultivation partners. But to Mo Yaoqing, these only added to her troubles. Because she was beautiful and looked around, many cultivators thought they were in love with her. If they talked to her or saw her smile, they would think she had feelings for them, so they would come to pester her. If she didn't pretend to be nice to them, those male cultivators would think she seduced them first, and then turned her back on them later. Because of this, Yaotai Fairy's reputation became worse and worse. There were always people who said she played with people's feelings and acted unrestrained. Over time, Mo Yaoqing couldn't stand being annoyed and hated male cultivators even more. She put all her heart and soul into cultivating and didn't leave her immortal's cave. Only then did the rumors gradually die down. Mo Tiange felt it was unfair for her. She had seen Mo Yaoqing's body. She looked dignified and serious, but she still gave people a feeling of infinite charm. Mo Yaoqing's description shouldn't be exaggerated. Even if she didn't mean it, people always thought she deliberately seduced them. With the appearance of a fairy and the charm of a seductress, it would be strange if those male cultivators didn't go crazy for her. Mo Yaoqing was actually quite proud of herself. Her qualifications were good, but her wisdom was amazing. Her understanding of spells was unique, and cultivators in the same realm often couldn't compare to her. However, these cultivators who were inferior to her always said she played with people's feelings and was fickle, which made Mo Yaoqing feel even more disgusted. In her mind, these cultivators were as stupid as pigs and loved to stir up trouble. They weren't worthy of her even a second glance. Mo Tiange stared at the contempt in Mo Yaoqing's words and thought to herself, no wonder Mo Yaoqing never fell in love with any man in her life. Even Zhong Muling, who's fated to be her husband, only had a good impression of her. Her wariness towards men is really deep-rooted. Mo Yaoqing formed her gold core when she was more than 100 years old. She originally thought those rumors should be far away from her. After all, after advancing to the core formation realm, one would be a high-level cultivator. Who would dare to talk about high-level cultivators? Who would have thought that her big crisis would come at this time? Her master naturally wouldn't tell anyone about her pure yin constitution. Aside from several nascent soul martial uncles, and the disciple who led her into the sect, no one else knew about it. Mo Yaoqing had always been against male cultivators, so she never thought about dual cultivation. She had long forgotten about her pure Yin constitution. But right at this time, the head Grand Supreme Elder of the sect suggested to her that she should perform dual cultivation with his blood-related junior. This Grand Supreme Elder's blood-related junior was also a core formation cultivator, so her aptitude wasn't bad. However, Mo Yaoqing was a prideful person, and she despised male cultivators very much, so how could she agree? Seeing that she didn't comply, the Grand Supreme Elder didn't force her at first. Instead, he let her master try to persuade her. Mo Yaoqing recorded, "I'm indebted to master, and I also understand her suffering. However, it's absolutely impossible for me to perform dual cultivation with someone else. Most men in this world have lust in their hearts, but they don't dare to admit it, and can only push the blame onto women. It's hateful that I didn't understand what a pure Yin constitution means until now." Unable to persuade her, the Grand Supreme Elder gradually lost his patience. Mo Yaoqing noticed this, so she pretended to be unwilling, and made many requests to the Grand Supreme Elder. Seeing that she was willing to give in, the Grand Supreme Elder was delighted and agreed to all of her requests. Then, taking advantage of their momentary negligence, Mo Yaoqing escaped from Danxia sect. In any case, Danxia sect was a big sect on the righteous path, and Mo Yaoqing had just advanced to the core formation realm not long ago. How could she escape from Danxia sect's pursuit? Mo Yaoqing made up her mind and actually abolished her cultivation level, changed her appearance, and hid in the secular world. In Yunzhong, even mortals like to cultivate, so there were many people like her, who had a little bit of spiritual aura. Hiding in the secular world like this made it easier for them to avoid being caught. Mo Yaoqing's move of throwing herself into a dead end succeeded. She evaded Danxia sect's pursuit, and successfully left Danxia sect's sphere of influence. Then she found a small place, hid, and started to cultivate again. Seeing this, Mo Tiange was extremely shocked. It was true that cultivation level could be abolished, but what kind of willpower did that require? This almost completely destroyed her dantian and meridians. If she didn't have enough willpower, she would probably die from the pain. Besides, Mo Yaoqing abolished her cultivation level on her own. How many people in this world would be willing to abolish the cultivation level they had painstakingly cultivated? To cultivate again, it might be twice or even 10 times more difficult than before. But in the Jade Slip, Mo Yaoqing only downplayed this experience. At this point, Mo Tiange already admired this ancestor from the bottom of her heart. She thought she was already doing well among female cultivators, but compared to Mo Yaoqing, she was still not good enough. Although she lost her cultivation level, Mo Yaoqing still had her family treasures. She was a nascent soul cultivator's disciple in Danxia sect, so she had a lot of offerings. Moreover, before she escaped, she also asked the Grand Supreme Elder for a lot of treasures, which she took with her. Relying on these treasures and spirit stones, Mo Yaoqing turned into an individual cultivator and hid in the secular world. She slowly nurtured her dantian and meridians, then she started to cultivate again. Little by little she built her foundation, formed her gold core. Even though her mental state was already strong enough, it still took her 200 years to recultivate to the core formation realm. This time, she was very cautious and cultivated her breath-concealing technique to a very high level before she went out. She didn't dare to show her original face, so she usually put makeup on her face and dressed up in a tacky and seductive way. Her personality was originally very firm. After experiencing being forced to perform dual cultivation, she became even more ruthless. Anyone who offended her was killed without exception. If there was anyone who didn't have eyes and coveted her, she would use a secret technique to absorb their cultivation level. Over time, because she often used a magic weapon called the soul-frightening bell, she was called the Golden Bell Witch. Relying on her good aptitude and intelligence, Mo Yaoqing cultivated to the peak stage of the core formation realm and began to attack the nascent soul realm. However, because her cultivation level was once crippled, Her dantian and meridians were weaker than ordinary people's, so it was very difficult for her to attack the nascent soul realm. But at that time she was no longer young. If she delayed, her chances of advancing to the nascent soul realm would slowly decrease. Mo Yaoqing hated Danxia sect to the bone. She once swore to take revenge on that Grand Supreme Elder and his descendants, so how could she be willing to die like this? Right at that time, she met Zhong Muling and discovered his spiritual roots of the origin. Chapter 334. Mo Yaoqing was a proud person. She didn't want to perform dual cultivation with others because of her self-esteem, not because of her so-called chastity. Her growing age and the increasing number of enemies forced her to make a decision. She was decisive and did what she had to, so she quickly made a decision. In any case, she didn't value chastity, and Zhong Muling was someone she had a good impression of, so why not? Thus, she plotted against Zhong Muling and used the plucking technique to rush into the nascent soul realm in one fell swoop. After she entered the nascent soul realm, Mo Yaoqing went to Danxia sect to cause trouble. She was alone, so she naturally couldn't oppose the entire Danxia sect, so she secretly killed many descendants of that Grand Supreme Elder. This method was indeed a bit ruthless, but Mo Tiange only sighed when she thought of her previous experience. With Mo Yaoqing's qualifications, she formed her gold core when she was 100 years old. If her cultivation went smoothly, she would probably form her nascent soul when she was 300 years old. However, she spent 200 years and suffered unspeakable hardships. If she wasn't smart enough back then, she probably wouldn't have been able to escape the fate of being forced. Of course, Danxia sect still had cultivators in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Mo Yaoqing, who had just formed her nascent soul, couldn't afford to offend any of them. Moreover, she had many other enemies. Therefore, after venting her anger, Mo Yaoqing made a prompt decision to flee far away. Later, due to a strange combination of factors, she arrived in the Celestial Pole. When she arrived in the Celestial Pole, she settled in Linhai town on the coast of the Eastern Sea. Mo Tiange knew what happened next. She established Bishuan Court and temporarily took shelter in Linhai. However, right at that moment, she discovered she was pregnant. By that time, 5 years had passed since she and Zhong Muling became husband and wife. According to common sense, if a woman was pregnant, she would give birth after 10 months of pregnancy. However, Mo Yaoqing was a cultivator, so there was a very small chance of a hidden fetus. The so-called hidden fetus was when the fetus was wrapped in spiritual aura before it developed, so there were no signs of pregnancy. After Mo Yaoqing and Zhong Muling became husband and wife, she entered closed-door meditation to form her nascent soul. During soul formation, spiritual aura intertwined, so the possibility of this happening was very high. Because of this, Zhong Muling never knew about this child. It wasn't until many years later that he discovered Mo Yaoqing left him a bloodline. In the end, Mo Yaoqing couldn't bear to part with this child. In consideration of his father, Zhong Muling, who was a kind person, she finally decided to give birth to this child. Unfortunately, although this child had 2 nascent soul cultivators as his parents, he didn't have spiritual roots. Mo Yaoqing had no choice but to go to the secular world. She pretended to be immortal for several decades and raised this child. It was only after the child grew up, married, and had children that Mo Yaoqing pretended to die of old age, escaped and returned to Linhai. After reading up to this point, Mo Tiange had a different view of this ancestor. Apart from having a firm and decisive personality, she was also a woman and a mother. Many cultivators disdained children without spiritual roots, but she was willing to pretend to be immortal for decades for this child. From this account, Mo Tiange could sense the sorrow revealed between the lines. She had been pregnant for several years and gave birth to a child who was connected to her flesh and blood. However, he didn't have a spiritual root, so she could only watch him grow old and die of illness. Therefore, she would rather leave the child in the secular world and cut off their relationship. Giving birth was a cruel thing for cultivators. Even if both parents were nascent soul cultivators, There was no guarantee that their children would have spiritual roots. She couldn't help but think of herself. After she and Qin she became husband and wife. Neither of them mentioned this problem. She vaguely thought about it, but she didn't think too much about it. Compared to mortals, it was harder for cultivators to get pregnant. Only now did she realize how cruel this problem was. She and Qin, she were both people with firm Dao hearts. Ascetic cultivators weren't suitable to have children, let alone such a problem. What if he didn't have spiritual roots? How cruel would it be if he learned about the cultivation world, but didn't have the fate to cultivate? She could only leave him in the secular world, but it would be difficult to continue their relationship. After thinking for a while, Emotinga sighed and threw this problem to the back of her mind. Since it wasn't suitable, it was better not to. In any case, Qin she was in closed-door meditation and wouldn't come out for at least 10 or 20 years. After returning to Linhai, Emo Yaoqing continued to cultivate. Although the celestial pole was smaller than Yunzhong, there were so many cultivators in Kunwu that it was no less prosperous than Yunzhong. In such an environment, she lived in seclusion in Linhai without enemies and smoothly advanced to the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. During this period, she also returned to Yunzhong. Relying on her many magic weapons and powerful strength, she wanted to take revenge, but she found that the Grand Supreme Elder, who forced her in the past, had already passed away. When she learned this news, Emo Yaoqing was stunned for a long time. In the end, she sighed and let go of her hatred. It wasn't until now that she saw through it. No matter what kind of hatred, it couldn't overcome time. Nascent soul cultivators had a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. But so what? One day they would fall and pass away. At that time, they would be nothing more than a pile of dirt. After returning to the celestial pole, Emo Yaoqing concentrated on cultivating. But she couldn't make a realm breakthrough again. The sequelae of having her cultivation abolished were very serious. She couldn't overcome that hurdle and wasted hundreds of years in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. In the end, she couldn't advance to the late stage, and finally passed away in the celestial pole. Before passing away, Emo Yaoqing recorded her life and looked back on her life. She fought against fate all her life, until the end without any regrets. Emo Tinga put down the jade slip, and sat for a long time. Then she exhaled and looked up at the sky. A day had passed, and the sky was full of rosy clouds. Soon night would fall, but so what? There were still beautiful stars in the sky and dawn to look forward to. She smiled, put away Emo Yaoqing's jade slip, and sat cross-legged in meditation. Although she didn't have Emo Yaoqing's astonishing wisdom, she had luck that she didn't have. She met a master who treated her sincerely, and had a lover who was in love with her. Although she also lost something, she gained more. As soon as she entered meditation, her state of mind easily entered a peaceful and empty state. The world seemed to merge into one, becoming ethereal and tranquil. The origin inside her body began to operate. The 5 elements generated each other. Yin and yang circulated, growing and multiplying endlessly. Emo Tinga felt that she had entered a very mysterious state. She had never experienced this state before. She felt that her whole body had melted into it, and gradually, she didn't have herself anymore. The wind was blowing, she could smell the fragrance of flowers and plants, and she could hear the sound of waves. She seemed to have fallen asleep and woke up again. When she opened her eyes again, it was still night. Emo Tinga didn't know how long she had been cultivating, but she felt refreshed and full of energy. She operated her spiritual aura, and felt that there was something unusual in her dantian, as if it was ready to move. She felt that she really wanted to continue cultivating, to let the spiritual aura operate, to absorb spiritual aura from the outside, and to let it flow through her meridians to her dantian. Her cultivation level was now at the peak of the early stage of the core formation realm. She had stopped absorbing spiritual aura for some time, and during this period of time, she only cultivated in meditation. Could it be that her body wanted to advance? Thinking of this, she felt happy. She was only a dozen years away from successfully forming her gold core, so she didn't expect to advance so soon. She was talented and didn't lack medicinal pills, so her cultivation level increased quickly. However, because of this, the cultivation of her state of mind would be delayed. She often had to stay at the peak of a certain stage for a while before she could make a breakthrough. Just like when she was building her foundation, she deliberately suppressed her cultivation speed for a long time to let her state of mind keep up with her cultivation level. She didn't expect that this time she could advance so quickly. In just a dozen years, she could already advance. Thinking about it carefully, perhaps it had something to do with her reading Mo Yaoqing's life records? Mo Yaoqing remembered everything in detail. During that half a day, she followed Mo Yaoqing in the jade slip, experiencing happiness, sadness, and anger. It was almost equivalent to experiencing Mo Yaoqing's life. During this process, she experienced a lot and also comprehended a lot. Perhaps it was because of this that her state of mind advanced by leaps and bounds, giving her the impulse to advance. Logically speaking, if she wanted to advance, she should enter the virtual sky world. But for some reason, she suddenly wanted to sit here and feel everything Mo Yaoqing had experienced. She did as she said. Mo Tiange laid a simple defensive spirit-gathering formation around her, took out several kinds of medicinal pills, sat cross-legged, and began to enter closed-door meditation on the spot. Advancing to a small realm like this was much easier than advancing to the foundation building and core formation realms. Moreover, she was in the depths of the uninhabited Eastern Sea, so Mo Tiange only took a clear sky pill and a constitution-enhancing pill, then closed her eyes and began to absorb spiritual aura. The sun rose and the moon set. The tides rose and fell. Amidst the sound of the waves, time passed day by day. Listening to the rise and fall of the waves, Mo Tiange felt as if she had returned to 5,000 years ago, to the era where that proud and determined woman lived. Nothing was eternal, only time. Mortals would grow old and die, and cultivators would advance and fall. With the passage of time, even the most amazing genius would eventually be submerged in time. They would be covered by the desolate smoke creepers and disappear without a trace. Unless one cultivated to become a true immortal and jumped out of samsara, only then could one grasp time, grasp eternity, become one with heaven and earth, and never be annihilated. *****. 4 months later, Mo Tiange opened her eyes. She looked down at herself. Nothing had changed, but the abundance of spiritual aura in her body was far more abundant than before she entered closed-door meditation. In the past 4 months, she had successfully advanced to the middle stage of the core formation realm. Thinking of this, she smiled slightly. Although she didn't advance to the core formation realm earlier than Qin Shi, she advanced to the middle stage of the core formation realm at a younger age than him. She remembered Qin. She said he went to Demonic Mountain not long after he advanced to the middle stage of the core formation realm. At that time, he was already 116 years old. It wasn't that she wanted to compete with Qin Shi, but the gap between their cultivation levels was too big. She needed to catch up to him as soon as possible, so they could advance side by side. Thinking of Qin Shi, Mo Tiange's thoughts drifted far away. It had been half a year since she left Xianqing school. After being separated for half a year, she really missed him a bit. She didn't know how he was now. If he knew she advanced to the middle stage of the core formation realm, he would definitely be very happy, right? Maybe I should go back, she muttered to herself. Although Qin Shi would still be in closed-door meditation when she went back, she could still see him occasionally. After thinking for a while, she shook her head again. This wouldn't do. How many closed-door meditation did a cultivator have to go through in their 1,000+ years of life? It was only half a year. If she kept thinking about him, how could she concentrate on her closed-door meditation? He could do it, so she should also do it. But what should she do next? She found Mo Yaoqing's Immortal's Cave and achieved her goal. If she followed her original plan, she should carefully comprehend the cultivation experience Mo Yaoqing left behind. Right, this was the Eastern Sea. Maybe she could comprehend here while hunting some sea beasts? If she could get some beast cores that Kunwa didn't have, they might be useful in the future. Moreover, she could also train her ability in fights of magical powers. Thinking up to this point, Mo Tiange clapped her hands. That's settled then. Chapter 335. The location of the Immortals' cave Mo Yaoqing chose was in the depths of the Eastern Sea. Most of the sea beasts that appeared here were in the 5th or 6th rank, and occasionally there were 7th rank beasts. The 5th and 6th ranks were equivalent to the early and middle stage of the core formation realm for human cultivators, while the 7th rank was equivalent to the late stage of the core formation realm, which was just right for Mo Tiange. Of course, this was the depths of the Eastern Sea. Fighting sea beasts on the sea might be more difficult than on land, but human cultivators were stronger than demon beasts in fights of magical powers, even if they lived in the sea. As long as they didn't run into a group of sea beasts, Mo Tiange was confident she could handle them. Even if she couldn't defeat them, she could still escape. With that in mind, Mo Tiange started to make some preparations. For example, what if they were besieged? Moreover, even though she hadn't seen any sea beasts that were above the 7th rank, there might be 8th rank sea beasts that would appear. She couldn't just wait until she encountered one before making her preparations. According to reason, Mo Yaoqing's valley was the best place to hide. With such powerful restrictions, presumably, even 8th rank sea beasts wouldn't be able to rush in. If she couldn't enter the virtual sky world in time, she could just rush inside and stop the sea beasts outside. However, as soon as she came out of the cultivation room, the restriction was immediately restored. Logically speaking, the 7 extremes formation should also be restored. If she wanted to go in again, she would have to break the formation. For this reason, Mo Tiange had to spend some effort. At first, he wanted to try to open another path in the valley, but he found that the restrictions set by Mo Yaoqing were too powerful. Even if he was inside, it was very difficult to break them. Later, she wanted to modify the 7 ultimate formation. However, as soon as she entered the 7 ultimate formation, she found that she could come and go freely. She was incomparably astonished. The formation had obviously been restored, but the spiritual aura inside was still chaotic, just like when she had first arrived. Why didn't it attack her at all when she entered? In the end, she tried again and again, and found that the 7 extremes formation wouldn't attack her at all since she had the 8 trigrams of Tai Chi in her hand. Upon discovering this, Mo Tiange was overjoyed. In that case, she didn't need to open any restrictions or break the 7 extremes formation. A mere Tai Chi 8 diagrams was already so powerful. So how powerful would Mo Yaoqing's natal magic weapon, the soul-frightening bell, be? Mo Tiange couldn't help but be fascinated. Unfortunately, that was Mo Yaoqing's natal magic weapon. She'd already passed away, so that magic weapon should have been destroyed. However, her own natal magic treasure was not bad either. The heaven and earth fan in her hand was originally conceived by Mo Yaoqing. In Mo Yaoqing's notes, she spoke highly of this treasure. Unfortunately, the materials needed were too difficult to find, so she couldn't make it. Mo Tiange, on the other hand, obtained the bone of a divine dragon from the distant past era by chance. Once Mo Tiange finished arranging her escape route, she stepped on the cloud and flew around the island several times. The spirit veins on this island were ordinary, and they were also sealed by Mo Yaoqing with restrictions, so there was only a very thin spiritual aura left. Because of that, only ordinary sea beasts would swim nearby on ordinary days. Demonic beasts were rarely seen. It was only after Mo Tiange ran a little further away that she finally found sea beasts in the 5th rank and above. Upon discovering sea beasts, Mo Tiange didn't hold back at all. As long as the sea beasts were lower than the 6th rank and had 2 or less, she would use her heaven and earth fan and flying sword to directly take their lives and seize their beast cores. Sea beasts below rank 6 were no match for her. The reason why demonic beasts were so tyrannical was because of their physical bodies. Although human cultivators' physical bodies were much weaker than demonic beasts, they possessed intelligence. With their powerful refining techniques, they created magical treasures that were much stronger than demonic beasts' physical bodies. The illusory formation carried by the heaven and earth fan was precisely the nemesis of demonic beasts. They had low intelligence and couldn't distinguish between real and fake illusory formations. Under the power of the heaven and earth fan, they foolishly bumped into it and became turtles in a jar. The more Emotinga killed, the more proficient she became. She gradually understood the various uses of the heaven and earth fan, and became handy. 2 months passed quickly. During this time, she hunted 1 sea beast a day on average, and had accumulated 50 to 60 beast cores. However, gradually, she couldn't find any sea beasts. In the past few days, she flew very far away from the island, but she still couldn't find any traces of sea beasts. It couldn't be that she killed all the sea beasts in the vicinity, right? Emotinga was puzzled. The sea was much wider than the land, so how could there only be so many sea beasts? She forgot that the sea beasts she killed were all high-rank sea beasts. Even if the sea was vast, it was impossible for there to be endless high-rank sea beasts for her to kill in the nearby waters. However, Emotinga was somewhat addicted to killing. In order to find sea beasts, she ran farther and farther away. Stepping on the cloud-treading boots, Emotinga stared at the calm sea. Suddenly she saw a splash. Her sharp eyes found a cyan tail, and her divine sense suddenly strengthened. Sure enough, a sea beast was diving to the sea at an extremely fast speed. Judging from the spiritual aura emitted from its whole body, it should be a 5th-ranked demonic beast. A flying sword immediately appeared in her hand. With a flick of her sleeve, the flying sword pierced downwards at lightning speed, bringing with it a surge of spiritual aura. It rushed to the surface of the sea and pierced the green-scaled tail. Roar! With a dull roar, the sea beast suddenly jumped out of the sea, swinging its tail and gliding, trying to shake off the flying sword. Sea dragon. Emotinga was a little surprised to see the appearance of this sea beast. Of course, sea dragons weren't real dragons. They were just a kind of sea race that was similar to dragons. They were much shorter than dragons, had short wings, and were more suitable for swimming in the water. They had no horns and sharp teeth. Their bodies were covered with cyan scales, which looked very similar to dragons. Although they weren't real dragons, sea dragons could be regarded as very useful sea beasts. According to ancient records, sea dragons' skin and bones were very tough and good materials for refining tools. However, sea dragons were very rare among sea beasts. She had been busy here for more than 2 months, but she had only seen 1 sea dragon, and it had escaped. Since there was a sea dragon in front of her, and it was only in the 5th rank, she certainly couldn't let it go. Emotinga unfolded the heaven and earth fan, rushed down, and spread the fan. Layers of mountains and rivers pressed down on the sea dragon. The sea dragon's tail was still nailed to her flying sword, so it couldn't dodge. It was immediately covered tightly. Seeing this, Emotinga shook her arm, took back her flying sword, and was about to stab down and kill the sea dragon. At this time, there was a sudden fluctuation at the bottom of the sea, and a powerful spiritual aura came up from the bottom. At the same time, the surrounding sea surged, and the wind and waves were strong. Emotinga furrowed her brows and looked around. Could it be that some kind of powerful sea beast had appeared? The spiritual aura fluctuation became clearer and clearer. Emotinga was sure that it was a 7th-rank sea beast. Although it was a little difficult to fight against a 7th-rank sea beast, it wasn't impossible. She thought for a moment, and decided to kill this sea dragon first, then fight against this 7th-rank sea beast. But just as she was about to throw the flying sword in her hand, a voice came to her mind. Stop! Emotinga was shocked. It was a voice transmission through divine sense. This sea beast can actually understand human language? Waves as high as several dozen feet were set off on the surface of the sea. Emotinga had no choice but to fly higher to avoid the waves. At this time, the mosasaurus that she had trapped began to roar and twist excitedly. Then a sea beast broke out of the water. It was also a sea dragon, but it was much larger than the 5th-rank sea dragon she trapped. Its whole body was covered with blue scales, glowing with a faint golden light, and its slender eyes were staring at Emotinga deeply. At this moment, Emotinga felt that this pair of eyes contained endless vicissitudes and wisdom. 7th-rank sea beasts should have very low intelligence. Only when they reached the 8th rank could their intelligence be comparable to that of humans. Human. Looking at this pair of eyes, Emotinga heard the voice in her mind again. Don't hurt my children. Looking at this sea dragon, Emotinga narrowed her eyes slightly. This was the first time she had talked to a demonic beast. "Who are you?" she asked tentatively. The sea dragon floated in the air, gently flicked its tail, and communicated with her again through divine sense. "I'm the ancestor of the sea dragons in this area." "Oh," Emotinga nodded. "You can understand human language?" The sea dragon looked at her and opened its mouth. "I've lived for nearly 10,000 years. In my early years, I was the spiritual beast of a powerful cultivator. So I also understand human language." "A cultivator?" The sea dragon shook its head and looked like it was nodding. "Yes, this cultivator has died. After his death, the spiritual beast contract expired, and I was free. I've lived here for thousands of years." Hearing this, Emotinga narrowed her eyes. Thousands of years, a powerful cultivator, and a spiritual beast. Could it be Emo Yauching's spiritual beast? But she didn't ask immediately. Instead she asked, "You're just a 7th-ranked demonic beast. How can you live for so long?" The sea dragon said, "Our sea dragon clan has the bloodline of the primordial divine dragon, so we're different from these low-ranked demonic beasts." This sentence was full of pride. Obviously, it was very proud of its bloodline. The lifespan of demonic beasts is different from you humans. Besides, the lifespan of us sea dragons is far longer than that of ordinary demonic beasts. It's very common for us to live for tens of thousands of years at most. "I see." The sea dragon nodded and looked at the little sea dragon, who was still trapped in her heaven and earth fan. "Human, you've been here for several months. In these months, you've killed most of the high-ranked demonic beasts in this area, and almost killed a member of our sea dragon clan. If you go on like this, all the high-ranked demonic beasts in this area will be killed by you. At that time, you'll attract a catastrophe." "What catastrophe?" Emotinga asked. The relationship between humans and demonic beasts was one of killing, and the other being killed. So she was not bound by morality, and didn't feel that she had done anything wrong. The sea dragon said, "Our sea clan still has a group of 7th-rank sea beasts that haven't been dispatched. Your behavior has angered us. If you go on like this, we'll besiege and kill you." Emotinga smiled and said, "If you can kill me, I won't have anything to say." The sea dragon blinked and anger appeared in its eyes. "Don't go too far. Although we demonic beasts are not as good as you humans in fights of magical power, you're only equivalent to a 6th-ranked demonic beast. If a dozen 7th-ranked demonic beasts besieged you, are you sure you can escape?" Emotinga paused, slowly put away her smile, and glanced at the sea dragon. "Then what do you want? You're not just here to warn me, are you?" "Warning? Sort of," said the sea dragon. "But I want to reach a consensus with you." "Oh, what consensus?" The sea dragon looked at the little sea dragon below and said, "Let it go. From now on, don't kill any sea beasts here." Emotinga said calmly, "Then what can I get?" "If you don't kill anymore, then we 7th-rank sea beasts won't besiege you. In addition, I'll give you a secret as repayment." "A secret?" Emotinga thought for a moment and smiled again. "If you're strong enough, are you afraid that I'll continue to kill? Even in exchange for a secret?" Hearing her words, the sea dragon's eyes were filled with anger, and it shouted in a deep voice, "Human, the reason why we don't want to fight with you is that you're very strong. Even if we can besiege and kill you, demonic beasts will be sacrificed. We, the Sea Clan, have lived here peacefully for many years. We don't want to get involved in the killing, not because we're afraid of you." Emotinga didn't speak. She knew that the sea dragon was right. Besieged by a dozen 7th-rank sea beasts, even if she could escape, it would be very dangerous. Besides, she had already taken advantage of them. If she still didn't want to stop, she would be asking for a mile after taking an inch. But although she thought so, she couldn't show weakness in words. She smiled slightly, and looked into the sea dragon's eyes without fear. "Well, I admit you're right. I don't want to fight with a dozen 7th-rank sea beasts. But I'd like to hear your secret, and see if it's worth it for me to stop." Chapter 336. The sea dragon didn't answer immediately. Instead, it looked down at the little sea dragon trapped in the heaven and earth fan's illusory formation. Let it go. Emotinga raised her hand, and the heaven and earth fan returned to her hand. The illusory formation suddenly disappeared. The sea dragon roared at the little sea dragon. The little sea dragon looked up, nodded, dived down, and disappeared into the water. You can say it now. Human, please swear to keep your oath and stop killing the nearby sea clans. Only then will I tell you my secret. Emotinga smiled. If you don't tell me your secret, how will I know if it's worth my oath? The sea dragon's eyes were filled with anger. Are you so confident in your strength? Emotinga waved the heaven and earth fan in her hand and said lightly, It's been so many days, but you haven't united. I think you see clans usually kill each other, right? A group of enemies who hate each other. Even if I can't beat them, it's not a problem for me to escape. The sea dragon's words seemed sincere, but Emotinga knew that she couldn't take it seriously. Lived peacefully for thousands of years? Could it be that the sea race usually ate aquatic plants? The law of the jungle was the law of nature. The sea clans also had a relationship of killing and being killed, of hunting and being hunted. The sea had never been calm. The sea dragon said these words just to tease her. If she really believed it, she would be a fool. The sea dragon didn't speak, and stared at Emotinga, with eyes full of wisdom. After a long time it said, You're very smart, very similar to my former master. Emotinga's expression didn't change after receiving its praise. She looked at the sea dragon calmly and asked, What about your secret? Do you want to tell me? For some reason, the sea dragon felt that there was a hint of sarcasm in her calm eyes. Was it an illusion? The sea dragon blinked, and continued to communicate with her through divine thoughts. I can tell you this secret first, but remember, if you don't stop after hearing this secret, then we, the Sea Clan, who have grudges against each other, will join forces to deal with you first. This was something Emotinga believed. Even though the Sea tribe usually fought and killed each other, when a human suddenly appeared in the sea and threatened the lives of all the sea beasts, they would still choose to unite first. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I never joke around with my life. Her tone was too calm. The sea dragon shook its head to shake off its doubts and said, What I want to tell you is that there's an island near this sea, and there's a treasure left by a powerful cultivator on it. It paused for a while, but in the end, it didn't see any reaction from Emotinga. She was still looking at it with a mocking smile. This puzzled the sea dragon, who was far smarter than other monsters. Don't you want these treasures? Emotinga nodded and said calmly, What else? I can tell you the exact location of the treasures. If you crack the formation outside, all the treasures will be yours. In the end, the sea dragon couldn't go on. For some reason, it felt that the human in front of it didn't seem to be interested in what it was saying. Emotinga suddenly stopped smiling inside. Do you still want to say that these treasures were left by your former master, who was a powerful nascent soul cultivator? The sea dragon's eyes widened in shock. You. Emotinga shook her head and tapped her palm with the heaven and earth fan. Yes, you sea dragons have wisdom that surpasses other demonic beasts. But you're still demonic beasts. When it came to wisdom, which species in this world could surpass humans? Humans were creatures created by God with himself as a template. This sea dragon first spoke to her in a wise and calm tone, making her think that it was an equal creature. Then, it tried to trick her into going to the island where Emo Yaoqing passed away in a sitting posture with a warning and a deal. If she was tempted by the treasures and found the traces of the 7-terminal formation, she would probably believe what it said was true. At that time, even if she didn't die under the 7-terminal formation, she would still enter Emo Yaoqing's cave and think that she could take everything away. Then she would die without a burial place. If she hadn't come to find Emo Yaoqing's immortal's cave, and had already found it, she might have fallen into this trap. Therefore, this sea dragon easily deceived her and killed her. No wonder Emo Yaoqing wanted to accept this sea dragon as a spiritual beast. Such wisdom was no less than that of most human beings. Seeing her scrutinizing gaze sweep over it, the Mosasaurus straightened the green scales on its back, instantly ready to fight. Seeing this, Emotinga smiled and opened the heaven and earth fan. Why don't you call your allies? Or have you not had time to form an alliance? There was anger in the sea dragon's eyes. Don't think that we demonic beasts can't beat you just because you're a human. You're only in the 6th rank, but I'm already in the 7th rank. It's not that easy to defeat me. Then let's try. The smile on Emotinga's face disappeared. She gently waved her sleeves, and the art of primordial spirit formed a spiritual aura shield around her. She was sure that the sea dragon was here to scare her off. Maybe it was right. If she continued to kill, these sea clans would unite sooner or later, but not now. Maybe in order to save its offspring. This sea dragon wanted to scare her away by relying on its wisdom far superior to other demonic beasts. It even wanted to lure her into a trap and kill her in one fell swoop. Even if this sea dragon might have been Emo Yaoqing's spiritual beast, it was now a demonic beast. If she really thought it was as wise and calm as it appeared, she would have no chance to regret it. The demonic beast's instinct made the sea dragon choose to attack as soon as it saw Emotinga use the spiritual aura shield. It swung its tail, and huge waves rose to the sky. The sea dragon had the blood of the divine dragon, an ancient divine beast, and a divine dragon could call the wind and summon the rain. But these waves didn't get close to Emotinga. The spiritual aura shield of the art of primordial spirit kept these waves outside. Seeing this, the sea dragon opened its mouth, and a water spell rushed toward Emotinga. Emotinga waved the heaven and earth fan, and the mountain water in the fan suddenly turned into a solid object and pressed down on the sea dragon. The sea dragon swung its tail, jumped into the air, and jumped out of the range of the heaven and earth fan. Emotinga was a little surprised. A 7th-rank demonic beast was really much stronger. With the treasure she had killed all the 5th-rank and 6th-rank sea beasts she encountered in the past few days. But this sea dragon easily avoided her heaven and earth fan. The next moment, the sea dragon swung its tail, and a huge spiritual aura pressed down. Emotinga took out the white silk handkerchief and wrapped it around her body, leaving a white trace. The handkerchief turned into a mist and firmly protected her, making the spiritual aura return in vain. Then, the heaven and earth fan in her hand unfolded again. This time, instead of mountains and rivers, there was a clear cry, and a spirit crane flew out and rushed straight to the sea dragon. The sea dragon was taken aback. It was a little uncertain whether this was real or an illusion. Although its intelligence was no less than that of ordinary people, it needed knowledge of formations to distinguish illusions. In this regard, it was obviously no different from ordinary demonic beasts. In the end, it chose to avoid it. Emotinga was already waiting here. She waved the heaven and earth fan again, and the mountains and rivers loomed. The sea dragon couldn't avoid it, so in an emergency, it could only open its mouth and bite down. Emotinga's eyes were cold. A light flashed in her hand, and the spirit cloud's rui was instantly thrown out. With a boom, the surrounding spiritual aura suddenly exploded. Ouch! The sea dragon screamed in pain and rolled in the air. It avoided the crane and blocked the heaven and earth fan. But it couldn't avoid the spirit cloud's rui. Emotinga waved her sleeves, took back the spirit cloud's rui, and slowly closed the heaven and earth fan. She didn't want to take the opportunity to kill it. After a while, the sea dragon recovered and stopped rolling. At this time, its blue scales were full of blood. If it were any other time, it would immediately escape to the bottom of the sea. But the thing that just injured it made it stop. It stared at Emotinga with vigilance and a trace of doubt. What was that thing you just now? Emotinga held up the spirit cloud's rui in her hand and asked with a smile, "Is it this?" The sea dragon blinked, and there was shock in its eyes. "This is you." Emotinga stopped smiling, looked straight at it, and asked, "Was your former master surnamed Emo?" The sea dragon wanted to wave its tail, but the power of the spirit cloud's rui just now had already injured it, so it could only continue to blink. "Have you been there?" Emotinga sighed and put away the spirit cloud's rui. "My surname is also Emo," she said. "I came to find the cave on that island." The sea dragon looked in the direction she pointed, turned back, and was shocked. "You passed the test." Emotinga smiled. "You really know about the test. Just now, you wanted to trick me there, and use your master's trap to kill me, didn't you? The sea dragon was silent. After a while, it said, "We sea dragons are smarter than ordinary demonic beasts. In the past, my master accepted me as a spiritual beast precisely because I was far smarter than ordinary demonic beasts. There's nothing I don't know about my master. Any demonic beast with the bloodline of the primordial divine beasts would be smarter than ordinary demonic beasts." Emotienga also knew this. This sea dragon had lived for nearly 10,000 years, but it was only at the 7th rank. It could be seen that Emo Yaoqing accepted it as a spiritual beast not because of its fighting power. In this case, what it said should be true. The sea dragon moved its head, and its intelligent eyes focused on Emotienga again. "Human, are you my master's successor?" "Sort of," Emotienga said softly. "She's my great ancestor." Great ancestor? There was confusion in the sea dragon's eyes. Obviously, it still couldn't figure out the relationship between her and its master. However, this didn't prevent it from understanding. It turned its head and said in a much calmer tone, "Since you're my master's successor, then I believe you." Emotienga smiled. "Your master has already passed away, and the spiritual beast contract between you and her has also expired. Why are you still willing to believe me?" The sea dragon glanced at her calmly and said, "I still want to make a deal with you. I'll use a secret in exchange for you to stop. Aren't you afraid that I won't take the oath after hearing your secret this time?" The sea dragon paused for a while, looked at the island in the distance where Emo Yaoqing passed away, and said, "This is my master's secret. Since you're my master's successor, you're qualified to hear it." Emo Yaoqing's life was recorded on that jade slip. What other secrets were there in the depths of the East Sea? The sea dragon said slowly, "The secret about how my master came here." Emotienga was stunned. The secret about how Emo Yaoqing came to the celestial pole from Yunzhong. This was indeed the only thing she hadn't recorded clearly in the jade slip. Chapter 337. Wait. Emotienga stopped what the sea dragon was about to say. "How do I know you're not lying to me this time?" The sea dragon opened its mouth and froze. After a while it said, "But you beat me, but you didn't kill me." It thought that for humans, this behavior was a show of kindness. Emotienga said lightly, "I didn't kill you because you used to be my great ancestor's spiritual beast. For the sake of my great ancestor, since you're not a threat to me, I don't mind letting you go." This sentence made the sea dragon feel Emotienga's strong confidence. It couldn't help but ask, "Then you, but for the sake of my great ancestor, are you also kind to me?" Emotienga looked straight at it. "After all, the spiritual beast contract has expired. You're just a demonic beast to me now." The sea dragon floated in the air, and its eyes became distant. Its injuries were not light, and tiny drops of blood kept dripping into the sea. "Although we demonic beasts are hostile to humans, we'll be grateful if a human saves us," the sea dragon said calmly. 6,000 years ago, I lived in the sea of returning ruins. My whole clan was slaughtered, and I was almost killed. It was my master who saved me. So, I was willing to sign a spiritual beast contract with her, and become her spiritual beast." Emotienga's eyes moved. She put her hand into her chinquan bag, took out a jade bottle, and threw it over. "Eat it. Your injuries are very serious." The sea dragon opened its mouth and bit the jade bottle. There was doubt in its eyes. I also want to make a deal with you." The sea dragon shook its head and didn't speak. "I know that demonic beasts like you don't have medicinal pills to eat, so your cultivation is much slower than that of humans. Moreover, the most difficult hurdle for demonic beasts is the 7th rank to the 8th rank. If you can pass it, you can transform and become a real spiritual creature. But if you can't, you'll always be a demonic beast." Emotienga raised her eyebrows and said proudly, "I can give you medicinal pills that may help you successfully advance to the 8th rank. But in exchange, you must let your descendants sign a spiritual beast contract with me, and tell me that secret." Emotienga smiled. "Of course, the medicinal pills you're biting are not part of the deal. They're just for you to heal." The sea dragon didn't communicate with her again. A trace of doubt flashed in its eyes, but soon, It bit the jade bottle and swallowed all the medicinal pills inside. Subsequently, a faint layer of spiritual energy appeared around its body, wrapping around its wounds. Then, the wounds lit up with a white light, and in the white light, the wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the light dissipated. The sea dragon turned its head, wagged its tail and said, "Thank you, my injuries are much better." Emotinga smiled. "Can we talk about our deal?" The sea dragon hesitated for a moment and said, "Our sea dragon clan is very happy in this sea. I don't want my descendants to become the spiritual beasts of human cultivators again." In the face of this answer, Emotinga smiled. "Even if I give you medicinal pills that can help you advance to the 8th rank?" The sea dragon twisted its head and seemed to be struggling. After a while it said, "It's not easy for demonic beasts to advance to the 8th rank. I've been with Master for 1,000 years, but I've only advanced from the 5th rank to the 7th rank. No matter how many medicinal pills Master has given me, I've never advanced to the 8th rank. I don't think it's worth exchanging the freedom of my descendants." Hearing this, Emotinga nodded gently. "You care about your descendants very much." The sea dragon blinked and showed some kindness. "As long as you stop hunting the sea beasts in this area, I'll tell you this secret. It's still valid. Although we sea clans hunt and kill each other, your indiscriminate killing will destroy the balance between us. The sea dragon clan has a good life here, and we don't want to give it up." "I see." Emotinga sighed. She looked at the sea dragon and said, "But how can I believe your secret is true?" The sea dragon was stunned. It wagged its tail and seemed a little distressed. "Well, you're willing to take the risk to stop me for your descendants, which shows that your clan cares about them very much, right?" The sea dragon fell silent. After a while, its eyes flashed with determination. "Human, even if you kill me, I won't give up the freedom of my descendants." Emotinga smiled and waved her hand. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let me ask you, you're only a 7th-ranked demonic beast, but you can live for nearly 10,000 years. So the lifespan of sea dragons can reach 10,000 years?" The sea dragon hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Yes, at least 10,000 years. Then for you, the lifespan of human cultivators is very short, right?" After a moment of silence, the sea dragon agreed again. "Yes. When I followed Master, I had lived for thousands of years. At that time, Master was still very young, but after Master passed away, I lived for thousands of years. So, let your descendants follow me. Even if I'm as strong as your master in the future, the price is only 1,000 years of freedom, right?" The sea dragon didn't object to this conclusion. "Yes." Emotinga smiled. "What if I can let it rush to the 8th rank? Is it worth more than 1,000 years of freedom?" Upon hearing this, the sea dragon froze. Doubt, calculation, and hesitation flashed in its eyes. Emotinga knew it needed to think, so she didn't urge it. She just waved the heaven and earth fan in her hand and looked around, as if she was just standing there watching the scenery. Advancing to the 8th rank was almost an irresistible temptation for demonic beasts. Although this sea dragon refused once, it would be difficult to refuse again. After a long time, the voice sounded in its mind again. "You're only in the 6th rank. Can you really do it? This is something even my master couldn't do." Emotinga smiled. "Wait here for a moment, and you'll know whether it's possible or not." After that, she touched the spot between her eyebrows and cast a spell. Under the sea dragon's shocked gaze, she entered the virtual sky world. In order to heal Lord Taoist Jinghe, she had used up the flowerless golden fruit, but she still had other spiritual medicines that could help advance. After wandering around the medicinal field, Emotinga grabbed 100 fruits and came out of the virtual sky world. Seeing her suddenly appear in front of it, the sea dragon was shocked. It shook its head somewhat confused. Did humans invent some magic arts again? But then its eyes were attracted by the 100 fruits in Emotinga's hand. Although it had lived in the sea for a long time, it didn't prevent it from seeing that this was a 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit. The 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit contained a huge amount of spiritual aura. If it ate it, It was very likely to break through to the 8th rank in one fell swoop. Seeing the sea dragon's shocked look, and its undisguised stare at the fruit in her hand, Emotinga smiled. Do you believe me now? The sea dragon couldn't help but swallow. It moved its eyes away from the 100 fruits with difficulty, and looked at Emotinga. This time it was silent for a long time. Emotinga wasn't in a hurry, and just waited patiently. After a long time, the sea dragon's voice sounded. Human, I believe you. Although you're not as strong as my master, with these treasures, maybe you can really make your spiritual beast break through to the 8th rank. It hesitated for a moment and finally said firmly, well, I'll go tell my descendants and see if any of them are willing to be your spiritual beast. Emotinga smiled. Okay, just go. I'll wait here. The sea dragon nodded, flicked its tail, and dived into the sea in a hurry. Emotinga looked at the place where it disappeared, and put away the 100 fruits. She wasn't afraid that the sea dragon would come up with some ideas to snatch it. It certainly wouldn't be willing to share a spiritual fruit that could help it break through to the 8th rank with other 7th rank demonic beasts. Moreover, if it agreed to her request, it might have another 8th rank demonic beast among its descendants, which was very attractive to the sea dragon, who loved its descendants very much. She tried every possible means to accept a sea dragon as a spiritual beast, not only because she felt that this race had wisdom that ordinary demonic beasts didn't have, but more importantly, its descendants were the old sea dragon's weakness. In the beginning, it had been so malicious to her and wanted to deceive and kill her. How could she dare to believe the secret it told her? Only if she accepted its descendants as spiritual beasts would she dare to believe its words. Before long, spiritual aura fluctuations came from the sea again. Emotinga roughly recognized that the leader was a 7th rank demonic beast, and there were several 5th rank and 6th rank demonic beasts. A moment later, the sea dragon emerged with its descendants. Human, my descendants are willing to agree to your conditions. You can choose one of them. Emotinga looked down. In addition to the old sea dragon, there were 5 little sea dragons in front of her, 3 in the 5th rank and 2 in the 6th rank. They were much smaller than the old sea dragon, and the smallest one had a wound on its tail. It was the one she had injured at the beginning. You are all willing? The 5 little sea dragons all wagged their tails and didn't answer immediately. One of them asked, Can you really help Grandpa advance? Emotinga was even more surprised. Can you also speak human language? The old sea dragon said. As long as we sea dragons reach the 5th rank, we will have wisdom no lower than that of other 8th rank demonic beasts. Oh, Emotinga nodded and answered the previous question. I can only give it a spiritual fruit that can help it advance, but I can't guarantee whether it can really advance. The 5 little sea dragons looked at each other and excitedly patted their tails. Then we're all willing. Hearing this, Emotinga smiled. It seemed that not only did the old sea dragon love its descendants, but its descendants also respected their ancestor very much, which made her feel relieved. She turned to the old sea dragon and asked, Are your descendants thousands of years old? The old sea dragon said, Xiaofan is only 800 years old, and the others are more than 1,000 to 4,000 years old. Xiaofan, the little sea dragon with a wound on its tail patted the water and timidly said, It's me. The old sea dragon pointed to the others with its fin. This is Xiaoyu, Xiaofeng, Xiaokai, and Xiaoyan. Emotinga wanted to laugh. The names of these sea dragons were interesting. She couldn't help but ask, What about you? The old sea dragon answered, My name is Xiaoqing. Emotinga had the urge to laugh wildly. Her ancestor, Emo Yaoqing, was really a talent. The old sea dragon sounded like a human old man, but he actually had a name like Xiaoqing. She suppressed her laughter and asked, Then what's your surname? You're not surnamed Song, are you? No. The old sea dragon shook its head. Our surname is Bai. My name is Bai Xiaoqing. This time, Emotinga not only wanted to laugh wildly, but also wanted to pound the ground. Chapter 338. Sea dragons were actually ferocious-looking sea monsters. They had sharp heads, big mouths, sharp teeth, and the scales on their bodies were as sharp as blades. However, this group of sea dragons actually had the surname Bai, and they even had such a cute name. Emotinga turned her head and held back her laughter for a long time. Then she turned back and said to the old sea dragon, "Help me decide. As long as it's your offspring, I'll take it." The old sea dragon hesitated, then reluctantly looked at the 5 little sea dragons and said to her, "Human you choose. They're all the same to me. It's hard for me to choose." Upon seeing its expression, Emotinga no longer forced it. She nodded and said, "I'll take this one." The one she picked was the youngest sea dragon by Xiaofan. Seeing that it had been hit, the other 4 sea dragons surrounded it and roared at the same time. They spoke in the language of sea dragons, which Emotinga didn't understand. But from their looks, she could guess that they were very close to each other and were reluctant to part. Seeing this, Emotinga couldn't help but smile. Ever since she entered the cultivation world, she rarely saw such a scene of brotherly affection. Even though they were demonic beasts, they still made her feel warm. The 5 little sea dragons roared for a while. Then the old sea dragon roared, and they immediately quieted down. The old sea dragon looked at the little sea dragon called Xiaofan and asked it to swim closer. Then it turned to Emotinga and said, "Okay, human, you can sign a spiritual beast contract with my child." Emotinga looked at the little sea dragon in front of her. Its tail was still injured, and it looked at her timidly. She knew that the little sea dragon almost died under her flying sword, so it must be afraid of her. But it didn't matter. As long as they signed a spiritual beast contract, the little sea dragon would trust her. Emotinga closed her eyes and gathered her divine sense. The reason why he chose this little sea dragon was that it was the weakest among all the sea dragons, and its divine sense was also weak, so it would be easier to establish a spirit beast contract. Secondly, it was only 800 years old, but it already had a cultivation of the 5th rank, which showed that it was extremely talented among demonic beasts. Her divine sense came into contact with Bai Xiaofan. Under strong pressure, Bai Xiaofan obediently signed a subordinate contract with Emotinga. From this moment on, Emotinga was its master. They weren't allowed to hurt each other until their spiritual beast contract was dissolved or until one of them died. Seeing that Emotinga opened her eyes and the fear in Xiaofan's eyes faded, Old Sea Dragon by Xiaoqing was surprised. So fast, the fact that they finished signing the spiritual beast contract so quickly could only mean that Emotinga's divine sense was much stronger than Xiaofan's. Xiaofan was a demonic beast equivalent to a human in the early stage of the core formation realm. Although its divine sense wasn't as good as a human's, it wasn't much weaker. Emotinga, on the other hand, was only in the middle stage of the core formation realm. Emotinga smiled and waved at Xiaofan. Xiaofan was still timid, but it was no longer afraid of her. It obediently approached her and said, "Master, we've signed a contract. Can you give the spiritual fruit to my grandfather?" Of course. Emotinga took out a healing medicinal pill and threw it into its mouth. "Wait here for a moment." After that, she touched the space between her eyebrows again. After several breaths, she entered the virtual sky world and took out 200 fruits. "Here, this is for you." Emotinga handed them to Old Sea Dragon together with the original one. Seeing the 300 fruits, Old Sea Dragon and the 4 little sea dragons' eyes lit up. Old Sea Dragon carefully took them with his fin. With a flash of white light, the 100 fruits disappeared hidden somewhere. Demonic beasts didn't have things like chinkuan bags, but they had their own storage space, which was much more convenient than humans. "Okay, I've given you what I promised. Can you tell me the secret now?" Maybe because of the 100 fruits or because Xiaofan had become her spiritual beast, Old Sea Dragon's voice became a little respectful. "I've told Xiaofan about this in detail. It will tell you." Emotinga nodded. Okay. Xiaofan was now her spiritual beast, so she wasn't worried that this Old Sea Dragon would go back on its word. "Then our deal is complete." Old Sea Dragon didn't answer. He looked at Xiaofan next to her and sighed. Then the 4 little sea dragons roared again. Xiaofan also roared in response. The 5 little sea dragons gathered together, rubbing their heads against each other, and slapping each other with their fins, as if to express their reluctance to part. Emotinga smiled and watched them reluctantly say goodbye to each other, but she didn't urge them. After a long time, Old Sea Dragon roared again, interrupting their reluctance to part. Under Old Sea Dragon's scolding, the four little sea dragons finally separated from Xiaofan, but they lined up and slapped their tails against the water, as if they were performing some kind of ceremony. Xiaofan looked at them and followed the rhythm, wagging its tail to echo them. After a long time they stopped. Old Sea Dragon turned his head and said to Emotinga, "Okay, human, you can take Xiaofan away." Emotinga nodded gently and saluted them to show respect. "Before I pass away, I'll bring Xiaofan back here to reunite with you. If I'm lucky enough to advance to the deification realm, then as long as Xiaofan asks, I'll also terminate the spiritual beast contract and give it back its freedom. I'll take my leave now." Old Sea Dragon floated on the sea with the four little sea dragons. He pressed his fins against his chest and bowed his head to her, which seemed to be the etiquette of sea dragons. Under the gazes of one old and four young sea dragons, Emotinga flew to the distant island with Bai Xiaofan and eventually disappeared into the sky. After returning to the island, Emotinga took Xiaofan into Emo Yaoqing's cave and treated Xiaofan's wound first. Xiaofan's injury wasn't serious. The sea dragon's armor was very tough, and Emotinga wasn't good at using a flying sword. Although her sword had left a wound on its tail, it wasn't to the point where it couldn't move. After taking medicinal pills, the wound quickly healed. Amazing! Xiaofan twisted his head and was stunned to see the wound on his tail disappear. "It's gone so soon." Old Sea Dragon Bai Xiaoqing's voice sounded like that of a human old man, while Bai Xiaofan was a human teenager whose voice hadn't changed yet. 800 years old, was still a child compared to a 10,000-year lifespan. Emotinga asked with a smile, "You don't have medicinal pills. What will you do if you're injured?" Xiaofan said, "We also have healing herbs at the bottom of the sea, but the effect isn't very good. There are also healing spells. Master, I heard that you humans can concoct medicinal pills. These medicinal pills are magical and can help you advance quickly. Is that true?" Emotinga couldn't help but laugh. "It's not that magical. It's just that your cultivation will be faster, and your advancement will be easier." "Wow, it's much better than us demonic beasts." Xiaofan's voice was very happy, and it looked at her longingly. "Master, will I also have medicinal pills to eat in the future?" "Of course." Emotinga reached out and touched its ferocious-looking head. "You're my spiritual beast, so of course I'll give you medicinal pills." Then she smiled. "By the way, I haven't asked you yet. Does it matter if you leave the water?" Sea dragons were demonic beasts in the sea. Naturally, they could exert their greatest strength in the sea. However, if their spells had taken shape, it wouldn't affect their strength. "It doesn't matter," Xiaofan answered. "Our sea dragon clan's spells are innate. Besides, I'm already in the 5th rank, so I can survive without relying on water." As it spoke, it rubbed its head. "Besides, Grandpa has taught me everything. I'm very smart, so I remember everything." There was a trace of pride in its voice, as if a child was saying, praise me quickly." Emotinga couldn't help but laugh and stroked its head. "You're really so smart. Do you remember all the secrets your grandpa told you?" "Of course." Xiaofan raised its head without hesitation. Emotinga laughed even more happily. She stroked its head again and said, "Okay, you're my spiritual beast now. I'll take you to a good place." Xiaofan blinked its eyes and looked at her with confusion. Emotinga didn't talk nonsense anymore. She held Xiaofan's head with one hand and touched the space between her eyebrows with the other. A bead emerged and she cast an art on it. After several breaths, the two of them appeared in the virtual sky world. Woo-woo. As soon as they entered, a golden shadow rushed over and threw itself into Emotinga's arms. It was Feifei. She just entered the virtual sky world twice, but she didn't have time to pay attention to it, so it was very depressed. Emotinga patted its head and comforted it. "Good Feifei, are you bored? Let Xiaohu play with you for a while, okay? And I have a new friend." Xiaofan was now staring at the surrounding environment with its slender eyes in surprise. It didn't understand how it changed here in an instant, and this space was so rich in spiritual aura. It couldn't help but think that human spells were so magical. This is Xiaofan, and this is Feifei. Being pulled by Emotienga, Xiaofan regained its senses and stared at the leopard's-like golden furry ball in front of it. It blinked, not understanding what this thing was. However, for demonic beasts, not their own race usually meant hunting. Therefore, it jumped up and floated in the air, baring its sharp teeth at Feifei. Although Feifei had been with Emotienga for 60 years and had eaten a lot of spiritual plants, perhaps because of the characteristics of its race, it had always been difficult to advance and was still in the 4th rank. For demonic beasts, the gap between the 4th rank and the 5th rank was very big. In particular, Feifei wasn't good at fights of magical powers. As long as Xiaofan casually waved its fins or tail, Feifei wouldn't be able to resist. The two demonic beasts stared at each other. Seeing Xiaofan's fierce eyes, Feifei suddenly stretched out its claws. A white light flashed on its claws, and it touched Xiaofan's green scales. In the white light, the fierce light in Xiaofan's eyes gradually dissipated. Although it wasn't her first time seeing it, Emotienga still felt it was very magical. Sure enough, Feifei was a magical demonic beast. It was born to live in peace with many demonic beasts, which was an anomaly in the world of demonic beasts. Patting Feifei's head, Emotienga released Xiaohua, who had been staying in her spiritual beast bag. You two go play first. Xiaohua, who had just come out of the spiritual beast bag, also showed hostility to Xiaofan, but under Emotienga's divine comprehension order, it was quickly pulled away by Feifei to play. Xiaofan, why didn't you attack Feifei just now? Xiaofan's voice was a little confused. I felt that it wasn't dangerous. Emotienga nodded. Sure enough, Feifei's special ability was like this. She took a few steps forward and waved her hand. Can you adapt to the spiritual aura here? Xiaofan nodded. And the spiritual aura here is very comfortable. At that moment, its eyes lit up when it saw a large medicinal field. Master, that's... Emotienga stood by the stream, pointed at the large medicinal field, and said with a smile, You're already my spiritual beast. You can eat those spiritual plants if you want, but you have to be sure that they're not harmful to you. From now on, this stream is yours. Get along well with Xiaohua and Feifei. They're also my spiritual beasts, understand? Yes, Master. Chapter 339. Among the 3 spiritual beasts, Xiaohua and Xiaofan were in the 5th rank, while Feifei was in the 4th rank. Xiaohua was good at fire techniques and possessed sun-real fire, which was very powerful. Xiaofan was good at water techniques and grew up in the harsh environment of the sea, so it had a stronger combat power. Although Feifei wasn't strong, it had a special ability to calm people. These 3 spiritual beasts improved Emotienga's strength a lot. She dared to say that there weren't many core formation cultivators in Kunwu who had 2 5th-rank spiritual beasts like her. Spiritual beasts were very difficult to raise. Although there were many cultivators in Kunwu who raised spiritual beasts, they basically couldn't keep up with their cultivation levels. After all, corresponding to their long lifespans, spiritual beasts' cultivation speed was also very slow. Without enough medicinal pills for them to eat, they couldn't keep up with cultivators' cultivation levels at all if they cultivated by themselves. If there were medicinal pills, which cultivator didn't give them to themselves first? Even Lord Taoist Jinghe and Qin Shi couldn't. Lord Taoist Jinghe had a spiritual beast institute, but the highest spiritual beast in it was only in the 7th rank and hadn't reached the 8th rank yet. Qin Shi raised a Chongming bird, which was only in the 5th rank. Because it couldn't keep up with his cultivation level, he usually didn't take it with him. As far as Emotienga knew, only Spiritual Beast Sect, one of the 7 great cultivation groups in the Celestial Pole, had spiritual beasts that weren't inferior to cultivators. However, their cultivation technique was special, so they had to start raising spiritual beasts with spiritual beast eggs. Spiritual beast eggs were rare treasures, and each person only had one. Therefore, Under normal circumstances, there would only be one spiritual beast that truly recognized its master. But Emotienga, who had just broken through to the middle stage of the core formation realm, already had 2 5th-rank spiritual beasts. In other words, her fighting strength was equivalent to that of 2 people. Emotienga pondered in her heart for a moment before a smile appeared on her face. With these 2 5th-rank demonic beasts, even if she was alone now, she shouldn't be in too much danger. With that thought, she called Xiaofan with her divine comprehension. Xiaofan quickly flew into the bamboo house, still dripping water. It was very happy in the creek outside the house. Although it had no companions, the spiritual aura in the creek was very rich, so it cultivated very quickly. Moreover, there were countless spiritual herbs waiting for it to eat. "Master, you called me?" Seeing Xiaofan's sharp teeth and hearing its crisp voice, Emotienga couldn't help but smile. "Are your injuries healed?" "Yes." Yifan wiped her dripping body with her fins. Instead of landing, she floated in the air. He was a sea beast. Landing on the ground was far less comfortable than floating in the air. "Then, tell me the secret that your grandfather told you." "All right." Lil Fan also had a spirit beast contract, so he was much more obedient than Xiaohua and Feifei. Usually, he was either cultivating in the stream or drooling while looking at those spirit grasses. Occasionally, he would communicate with Xiaohua and Feifei. Aside from that, no matter what Emotienga said, she always complied without any objections, unlike Feifei and Xiaohua, who occasionally came to disturb her. Grandpa said that in about a month's flight to the south of this small island, there will be a large island. There's a volcano on that big island, and the inside of the volcano is empty. You can reach a very, very deep place along the volcano. Then you can go underground and walk to the end, and you can get out from a hot spring. That's Yunzhong's South Pole Island. Your grandfather didn't tell you the exact location. Emotienga frowned. The sea was so big, and flying in a certain direction was bound to have some deviations. It wouldn't be easy to find this large island. She regretted asking the old sea dragon to lead the way. "Master, don't worry." Sensing her mood, Yifan proudly raised his head. "We sea beasts have our own way of finding the way in the sea. Grandpa told me, so I can take you there." "Oh." Hearing Yifan's words, Emotienga relaxed her brows. "That's good." After a pause she asked, "Is that road safe? Are there demonic beasts or dangers?" Grandpa said that this road was accidentally discovered by my master. It's very dark inside, but there's no danger. Emotienga nodded and patted Yifan's head. "Go back and continue your cultivation. I'll call you when I need you." "Yes." Yifan answered obediently, wagged his tail, and flew back to the stream. Emotienga sat cross-legged on the rush cushion, lost in thought. If she was asked if she wanted to go to Yunzhong, the answer would be yes. Through Emo Yaoqing's records, she knew that Yunzhong was such a prosperous cultivation world. So how could she not yearn for it? Her talent was already high enough. Spirit stones, offerings from the elders of Xianqing School and Bishuan Court, plus the harvest from the trip to Demonic Mountain. She had an amazing amount of spirit stones. Medicinal pills, at least before she reached the nascent soul realm. And it wasn't like she didn't have medicinal pills after that. Apart from that, what else did she not have? That was experience, a wealth of experience, and a broad horizon. She wanted to see what other continents were like. She wanted to know if Confucian and Buddhist cultivators were the same as Tao cultivators like them. She also wanted to know everything Emo Yaoqing had faced. She couldn't suppress this desire, because she knew that this was what she lacked the most on her path of cultivation. However, leaving the celestial pole to go to Yunzhong wasn't a simple matter, even if she knew the exact safe route. First, it was too far, and second, it would take too long. Both were prone to accidents. She even considered going to Yunzhong after returning to Xianqing School and waiting for Qin to come out of his closed-door meditation. However, this would take at least 10 or 20 years. 10 or 20 years wasn't a long time for nascent soul cultivators, and even core formation cultivators. But if she wanted to catch up with Qin, she had to make good use of her time. She had just advanced. so she needed to travel to strengthen her mental state before she could continue her closed-door meditation. It was definitely unwise to enter closed-door meditation now. After thinking for a while, Emotinga finally decided that she would go to Yunzhong now alone. Of course, before that, she still had to arrange a lot of things. After all, going to such a far place like Yunzhong would take about a year on the road, and it might take more than 10 years to finish the trip. During this time, Qin Shi and Lord Taoist Jinghe would both be in closed-door meditation, so to avoid accidents, she had to leave some spiritual plants for them. After making her decision, Emotinga quickly put it into action. First, she planned to return to Linhai. Although it took several months to find this place, it only took 1 month to return. Because those months were spent searching, she often went the wrong way, but this time, she had the exact route. After returning to Linhai, Emotinga rested for a while, then went back to Kunwu through Bichuan Court's transporting formation. She then traveled day and night back to Xianqing School. When she finally returned to Xianqing School, the first thing she did was to see Qin Shi. Although he was in closed-door meditation, Qin Shi only wanted to stabilize his realm this time, so he didn't need to pay too much attention to it. Emotinga only touched the restrictions outside, so he stopped cultivating and opened the door of the closed-door meditation room. "Why did it take you so long to come back?" Qin Shi smiled when he saw her. Emotinga walked towards him, and the two of them naturally hugged. "It feels like a long time," she said with a sigh, "although it hasn't even been a year." Qin Shi also felt this way, so he didn't say anything and just hugged her even tighter. After a while, the two of them had enough hugging and separated slightly. Qin Shi asked with a smile, "You advanced to the middle stage. It seems your trip was very fruitful. Where did you go?" Emotinga leaned against him, laid down, and leaned her head on his lap. She then tilted her head to look at him. "Guess. That I can't guess." Qin Shi fiddled with her hair, his gaze gentle. "But seeing you so happy, it must be a good thing, right?" "Of course." Emotinga smiled proudly, and no longer hid anything. She told him in detail about her experiences in the past year. Qin Shi listened very carefully. When Emotinga said there was a passage between the celestial pole and Yunzhong, his pupil shrank, and he said keenly, "Yunzhong? You want to go to Yunzhong?" The two of them had similar characters and lived together for more than 10 years, so they had a tacit understanding. Emotinga wasn't surprised that he guessed her intentions at all. She nodded. "Yes, I want to go to Yunzhong. The cultivators in the celestial pole are all trapped on the spirit vein in Kunwu, so I want to go to Yunzhong to see the wider world." Qin Shi didn't say anything, but his expression was very solemn. Emotinga's expression also became serious. She straightened up and asked, "What's wrong? Is it inappropriate?" "No." Qin Shi breathed a sigh of relief, held her in his arms, and said with a sigh, "It's just that I can't go with you right now." He just advanced to the nascent soul realm, so stabilizing his realm was the most important thing. "I know." Emotinga paused for a moment but still said, "So I decided to go alone." The hand holding her froze. After a while, Qin Shi let go of her and looked straight into her eyes. "Are you sure?" Emotinga nodded. "I'm not a troublemaker. You know this. My current strength is enough to protect myself. There won't be a problem for me to go to Yunzhong alone." Qin Shi frowned and didn't say anything for a long time. This matter was too important, although he had slowly accepted Emotinga's idea and was willing to let her travel alone. Going to Yunzhong was still too dangerous. Emotinga also didn't say anything. It wasn't that she didn't know what Qin Shi was thinking, but she had to take Qin Shi's opinion into consideration for such an important matter. "Is there a way to compromise?" After a long time, Qin Shi said, "I won't stop you if you want to go to Yunzhong, but I won't feel at ease letting you go alone like this. It's too far, and if something happens, I won't be able to save you in time." Emotinga thought for a while and said hesitantly, "How about I draw a map for you and you come out of closed-door meditation to find me?" Qin Shi didn't say anything. Emotinga scratched her head, feeling a bit distressed. "You can't come out of closed-door meditation now, and I can't wait. Do you still not trust me to protect myself? Qin Shi's gaze softened. He looked at her and said gently, It's not that I don't trust you, but I'm too worried. I know you can protect yourself, but in any case, I'll be worried if you're not by my side. This time, Emotinga didn't say anything. She was very touched. After a while she said, How about I ask Master? Qin Shi thought about it and nodded. That's fine. Master should give us good advice. Chapter 340. A year passed, but Lord Taoist Jinghe never left his immortal's cave. According to the maids, Grandmaster didn't even make a sound this whole year. The closed-door meditation room had always been quiet. When Qin Shi and Emotinga heard this, they glanced at each other in astonishment. It wasn't that he was surprised that his master's injuries were so serious, but that he actually held himself back for so long without speaking. It was really not easy. The two of them went to the closed-door meditation room together. After Qin Shi made a set of hand seals, Lord Taoist Jinghe's voice rang out. Shi or Tienga, what's the matter? Before entering closed-door meditation this time, Lord Taoist Jinghe once said he wouldn't come out within 10 years. It had only been a year now. Qin Shi raised his voice and said, Master, we have something we want to ask for your opinion on. There was no more sound coming from the room. After a while, the stone door slowly opened. After the two of them entered, the stone door closed. When Emotinga saw Lord Taoist Jinghe sitting cross-legged, regulating his breath and healing his injuries, his complexion looked a lot better. At the very least, he no longer looked old. She felt a little more at ease. From the looks of it, her master's injuries were much better. Master, how are your injuries? Lord Taoist Jinghe opened his eyes. When he saw them, he smiled and said, Fortunately, you guys brought back those spiritual panaceas. Master's injuries are much better now. Moreover, maybe it'll be a blessing in disguise. Emotinga and Qin Shi were bewildered. They glanced at each other and simultaneously thought of a possibility. They were both pleasantly surprised. Master, you have a chance to make a realm breakthrough? Lord Taoist Jinghe nodded. Although his appearance hadn't recovered yet, his expression was beaming with joy like before. Not bad. In this 1 year of closed-door meditation to heal my injuries, I've already comprehended something. The late stage of the nascent soul realm isn't like before, where there was an insurmountable gap. This was a pleasant surprise. Both Qin Shi and Emotinga were overjoyed. They said in unison, Congratulations, Master. Lord Taoist Jinghe waved his hand and restrained himself a little. It's just a possibility. It'll take at least 20 to 30 years to heal my injuries, let alone make a realm breakthrough. Right after he finished speaking, he asked them, Since you came here, what do you want to ask? Yes, Master, according to your suggestion, I entered closed-door meditation a year ago, while Tinga went out for a walk. Soon after, the two of them roughly recounted Emotinga's experiences in the past year. After Lord Taoist Jinghe listened, he first probed Emotinga's cultivation level, then praised her. Not bad. Although you've just advanced to the middle stage, your spiritual aura is very stable. The two of you dual cultivating is indeed a match made in heaven. Speaking of dual cultivation, Emotinga was still a bit embarrassed, so she immediately changed the subject. Master, give me some advice. What should we do now? What should we do? Lord Taoist Jinghe was flabbergasted. What should we do is naturally up to you. Why are you asking me? Master. Emotinga's eyes widened. We came to ask for your opinion. Lord Taoist Jinghe spread his hands and said, My opinion is that you guys should do as you see fit. Emotinga and Qin Shi were both speechless. After thinking for a while, Qin Shi said, Master, I think it's too dangerous to let Tinga go to Yunzhong alone. What do you think? Danger? Lord Taoist Jinghe's gaze lingered on Emotinga for a while before he finally looked at Qin Shi. When you were in the middle stage of the core formation realm, did Master ever stop you from doing what you wanted to do? Qin Shi blushed and answered, No. In fact, after he formed his gold core, he rarely stayed in the sect except for closed-door meditation. He often went out for several years at a time, but he felt it was different, so he emphasized. But she's going to Yunzhong. Lord Daoist Jinghe curled his lips. So what if it's Yunzhong? Is it different from the celestial pole? Are there high-level cultivators all over the streets? Or are core formation cultivators especially good at fighting? Qin was completely speechless. Mo Tiange asked happily. Master, you don't object? Right after she finished talking about Qin Shi, Lord Daoist Jinghe turned around and glared at her. You want to go to such a distant place? Have you prepared everything? Have you arranged everything? What about the plan? Mo Tiange was embarrassed by the 3 questions. She said, Aren't I asking for your opinion? If I'm sure I'll go, of course I'll arrange everything. Humph, Lord Daoist Jinghe said rudely. That's what you say, but the 2 of you are the same. You've already made a decision, so why are you asking? Don't you just want me to help you persuade someone? Mo Tiange was also completely speechless. You came to disturb my closed-door meditation for this kind of thing? Are you bored? Both of you get out. Just tell me if you want to go or not. How old are you? In Lord Daoist Jinghe's complaints, the 2 of them were kicked out of the closed-door meditation room. After they left the closed-door meditation room, the stone door behind them shut them out. Qin Shi and Mo Tiange looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. They had no choice but to go back first. They returned to their cave in silence, each with their own thoughts. As soon as they opened the stone door, Yi Zhenji's cheerful voice came immediately. Auntie, Master, you're back. Mo Tiange forced a smile, but when she looked up, she was stunned. A foundation-building female disciple was standing next to Yi Zhenji. She was dressed in Xianqing School's robe, looking plain and gentle. Although she wasn't stunningly beautiful, she could still make people's eyes light up. When the woman saw them, she bowed and said, Grandmaster Shoujing, Martial Uncle Qingwei. Mo Tiange recognized the voice as soon as she heard it. It was Shui Linbua. Judging from her appearance, her injuries had healed? No need to be so polite, Qin Shi replied faintly. Then he looked at Yi Zhenji. Are you going to move back? Yi Zhenji looked at them and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Master, wasn't this a joke that he had been living with Linbua in Mingxin residence? Mo Tiange knew he was thin-skinned, so she glared at Qin Shi and said with a smile, Linbua's injuries have healed? Upon hearing that, Shui Linbua stepped forward and saluted again. Thank you for your kindness, Martial Uncle Qingwei. Thanks to you, disciples' injuries have healed a lot. Mo Tiange nodded with a smile. Shui Linbua's behavior was well-mannered, and she looked much more mature than Yi Zhenji. Auntie, Yi Zhenji said with a smile, you've been out for a long time. I haven't congratulated you on your realm breakthrough. Mo Tiange smiled. You've made progress in your cultivation recently, but you still have to work hard. You've been in the middle stage of the foundation building realm for so long, so you should think of a way to advance to the late stage. And I know, I've been cultivating hard. Don't worry, Auntie. After encouraging them with a few more words, Mo Tiange said, Zhenji, your master and I have something to do. You can go ahead. Oh, okay, Yi Zhenji answered, watched the 2 of them go back to the cultivation room, and closed the stone door. Upon seeing them, Mo Tiange remembered to ask, has Shui Linbua's injuries healed? More or less. Qin Shi didn't care much. I heard from Zhenji that martial nephew Han Ruo of Seoul's Retreat Peak has excellent medical skills. I don't know what method he used to repair her dantian, but she's been feeling better these days and can come out and walk around. Han Ruo was Guangzhu's Taoist name, but Mo Tiange felt that Guangzhu's real name was the most suitable for that senior martial brother. Speaking of this, Qin Shi asked again, what do you think about this Shui Linbua? Mo Tiange was stunned and asked, what do I think? Zhenji likes her, so what do you want me to think? Don't you like her and want to take her as your disciple? Oh, about that. Mo Tiange remembered what she said. After thinking for a moment, she said, even if I want to take her as my disciple, it's not the right time to leave now. Besides, if I take her as my disciple, it'll be like reaching the sky in a single bound for her. It might even affect her cultivation, so it's better to let her grow up first. What you said makes sense. Qin Shi thought for a moment and agreed with her. Seriously speaking, she's a talented person. Since she's better, she often comes to help Jinji manage the cave. I can see that she's steadier than Jinji, but I don't trust her completely, so I can't entrust some things to her. Speaking of this, Emotinga said with a smile, when I went to Linhai this time, I took the opportunity to inquire about her. What she said was true, and her background wasn't fake. Of course, even if we want to cultivate her, I think we should take it slow. She's not a formal disciple of the sect. If she reaches the sky in a single bound, it'll be inconvenient for her to make friends with other disciples. You're right, Qinshi agreed. In that case, when she recovers, we'll let her choose another cave and put her in the register like ordinary disciples. However, we can record her in the steward's hall and let her work here. If she's really reliable and worth cultivating, we'll naturally accept her as a disciple. That way, with her reminders from time to time, we won't have to worry about Jinji. Moreover, we can also concentrate on our cultivation if we have a disciple to do things for us in the future. Emotinga thought about it and felt his idea was good, so she had no objection. Let's do that. In Xianqing school, after becoming a core formation cultivator, people rarely appeared in front of others, and all matters were handled by disciples. There were very few people like Emotinga and Qinshi. Yizhenji was Qinshi's only disciple, so Emotinga didn't have time to accept him. Now the two of them should consider this matter. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient to have no trusted disciples in the school. After they finished talking about this, the two of them were silent for a while. After a while, they opened their mouths at the same time. Seeing that Emotinga also wanted to say something, they shut their mouths. The two of them looked at each other for a while. Emotinga coughed and said, "About that matter, do you agree?" After going around in circles, they finally reached the point. Qinshi was silent for a while before he sighed. "I know. In fact, Master still spoke for you. But Master also scolded me," Emotinga muttered. "That's true, but..." Qinshi smiled bitterly. "Alright, going to Yunzhong isn't a big deal. You're already a core formation cultivator, so you can deal with many things by yourself." He recalled that after he formed his gold core, he dared to go to any dangerous place. It was also those experiences that made him grow up quickly. Thinking about it this way, it was good for Emotinga to travel more. He didn't have any objection, but Emotinga actually felt embarrassed. She thought for a while then said, "How about this? I'll leave the specific route to you. If I don't come back and you're worried, you can come to me." Qinshi answered softly then said, "Don't forget Wanderer Ziwei's request. These days, the steward's hall has been helping you find clues. When there are clues, I'll accompany you to finish this matter. I'll remember." Chapter 341. Since she was determined to go to Yunzhong, Emotinga was busy these days. First of all, she had to refine the magic weapons she got from Emo Yaoqing's cave one by one, so that she could fight with ease. Second, she had to leave enough medicinal pills for Qinshi and Lord Daoist Jinghe for emergencies. Finally, she had to learn about Yunzhong as much as possible. Qinshi paused his closed-door meditation to look for records about Yunzhong. To his surprise, Lord Daoist Jinyang actually knew something about Yunzhong. "You want to go to Yunzhong?" Lord Daoist Jinyang was quite surprised to hear him ask about Yunzhong. "Well," Qinshi paused and said frankly, "Tiange wants to go to Yunzhong." "Oh." Lord Daoist Jinyang was puzzled. "It's not easy to go to Yunzhong. The South Sea is very dangerous. Even nascent soul cultivators can't cross the South Sea easily, let alone a core formation cultivator. Your master also knows about this, so why didn't he stop her?" Qinshi said with a smile. "Tiange found a way to get there safely from the East Sea." "Is that so?" Lord Daoist Jinyang was even more surprised. After thinking about it, he was very happy. This is good. Yunzhong is a holy land for cultivation. If she can travel there, she'll definitely gain something. By the way, if she's sure this way is safe, we can let all the core formation cultivators in the school go there to gain experience and communicate with the cultivators in Yunzhong. Also, it's said that Yunzhong is very rich in cultivation resources. If Qingwei goes there, she can exchange some rare treasures in Kunwu with them. And this is a good way to make money. In the end, Lord Taoist Junyang began to calculate how much profit this way could bring. If they could bring some of Kunwu's specialties to Yunzhong and exchange them for rare treasures in Kunwu, Xianqing School could gain a lot from it. With resources, he would be able to cultivate another batch of disciples. Qin was helpless to see him like this. Although this senior martial brother Junyang was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, he was responsible for the school and was always very enthusiastic about these things. Senior martial brother Junyang, it seems you know about Yunzhong's situation? His attention was drawn back. Lord Taoist Junyang stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Although we don't have much contact with Yunzhong across the South Sea, occasionally, Yunzhong cultivators accidentally come to the celestial pole. In the past, I met a cultivator from Yunzhong and heard some things about Yunzhong from him." "Oh, how long ago was that? What was the cultivation level of this cultivator? Is he from the South Sea?" "Oh, it's been 500 or 600 years. Lord Taoist Junyang recalled. "At that time, I was only in the early stage of the nascent soul realm, and I met a cultivator in the same realm as me by chance. He was also in the early stage of the nascent soul realm, and his means were very powerful. We had a fight, but it ended in a draw, so we admired each other and became good friends. He did come here via the South Sea. According to him, the South Sea is very dangerous, and there are many high-level sea beasts there. He was lucky and managed to escape every time. Even so, it took him 2 years to reach the celestial pole. An early-stage nascent soul cultivator can cross the South Sea." Qin was quite astonished. Wasn't it said that even late-stage nascent soul cultivators were likely to lament their inadequacy? Upon seeing Qin's expression, Lord Taoist Junyang chuckled and said, "Don't think he's ordinary. I can't say much about other things, but this person's escaping skills are top-notch. I dare say that even cultivators in the late nascent soul stage wouldn't be able to stop him. Even so, he had almost died in the South Sea despite his abilities. Therefore, if Qingwei really found a safe path, it'll be extremely beneficial to our entire sect." Qin wasn't interested in this matter, so he just asked, "Senior martial brother Junyang, can you tell me what's the situation in Yunzhong?" "About that," Lord Taoist Junyang recalled and said slowly, "the spirit veins in Yunzhong are very widely distributed, so there are a lot of cultivators. In addition to Tao cultivators, there are also Confucian cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, demon cultivators, and devil cultivators. Among them, Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism are called the righteous path, while demons and devils are called the evil path. Of course, the so-called righteous path and evil path are equivalent to our classification of righteous path and devil path. It's not that the righteous path is justice and the evil path is evil. Their righteous path and evil path are all mixed together, and there are very few disputes." Qin patiently listened to Lord Taoist Junyang for a long time, but in the end, it was all things recorded on Mo Yaoqing's jade slip. Taking advantage of Lord Taoist Junyang's recollection, Qin hurriedly asked, "Senior martial brother Junyang, is there anything I need to pay attention to in Yunzhong? These things aren't important." "Oh, about that." Lord Taoist Junyang thought for a moment then said, "It's nothing, but let Qingwei pay attention to one thing. The fighting methods of the cultivators in Yunzhong are different from those in the celestial pole. So before you get familiar with them, don't easily fight with others." "Oh," Qin's interest was piqued. "What's the difference?" Lord Taoist Junyang said, "It's a bit complicated. First, their magic weapons focus on speed, so you must be careful not to be preemptively attacked by others. Second, they have many magic weapons that can interfere with the operation of other people's spiritual aura. If you don't pay attention, it's easy to fall into their trap." This was something Mo Yaoqing didn't explain in detail, but it was very helpful to Mo Tiange. When Lord Taoist Junyang finished, before leaving, Qin asked again, "Senior martial brother Junyang, What happened to the cultivator in Yunzhong, who came to the celestial pole? Lord Taoist Jinyang was stunned. Then he answered. He stayed in the celestial pole for several years, but in the end, he still wanted to return to Yunzhong. After he left, we haven't heard any news about him. Maybe he died in the South Sea, or maybe he safely returned to Yunzhong. Qin was silent. Then he sighed and stood up. Thank you for telling me this, Senior Marshal Brother Jinyang. I'll tell Tiange about many things, so I'll go back first. Hey Shoujing! Lord Taoist Jinyang shouted behind him. Remember to let Qingwei pay more attention to any special spiritual objects that can be exchanged. Imo Tiange was cleaning the virtual sky world. Even if there were jade boxes, spiritual talismans, and other things that could seal the spiritual aura of 10,000-year-old spiritual plants, spiritual plants would always lose their spiritual nature after being stored for a long time, and they could be stored longer if they were refined into medicinal pills. During the 10 years she and Qin were trapped in the virtual sky world, they refined a lot of medicinal pills, and most of them could be kept. In addition, Qin prepared a lot of things for her. Although most of them were useless, they were his kind intentions, so she accepted them all. In fact, she had a purpose for going to Yunzhong that she didn't tell them. Mo Yaoqing once said that her art of Sinu came from Danxia sect. And the art of Sinu and Danxia sect even included the parts above the nascent soul realm. If she had a chance, she wanted to get that cultivation technique from Danxia sect and compare it with her own. Maybe it would give her some inspiration. Of course, this was just in passing. If it was difficult to achieve her purpose, she wouldn't force it. While she was cleaning, she heard Qin calling her from outside. Tiange? She opened the virtual sky world and Qin came in. Thinking about this virtual sky world, she could clearly feel that her virtual sky world wasn't as profound as Zhong Muling's. Was it because her realm wasn't high enough? What? Are you all ready? Qin looked at the bottles and jars on the floor. What are these for? For you and Master. Mo Tiange counted them one by one. These are for Master, these are for you, and these are for Jinji. As for this box, it's for spiritual beasts, so I'll give it to you. Qin looked at these things and was stunned. So many? Not only did they cover the whole table, but there were also a lot of them on the floor. These medicinal pills would probably last them for 100 years. Mo Tiange said. These are the finished products we concocted last time. I've kept the medicinal pills for the core formation realm, and the rest are for you. Qin thought for a moment. He and his master were in the nascent soul realm, and Jinji was in the foundation building realm, so they just happened to be in the nascent soul realm. It wouldn't affect her, so he said, all right, I'll take these out later. By the way, I went to ask Senior Marshal Brother Jinyang just now. He told me to tell you something. After listening to Qin repeat what Lord Taoist Jinyang said, she felt helpless. Why is Marshal Uncle Jinyang so wordy? It's not like I'm going there to do business. Qin understood her mood very well. He said with a smile, he's the head Grand Supreme Elder. So of course the things he thinks about are different from us. You should listen to him a little. Mo Tiange also knew that as a sect elder, she naturally had to think about things that were beneficial to Xianqing school. After tidying up everything, she said, okay, pack up your things and go out. When the two of them came out of the virtual sky world, Mo Tiange called Yi Jinji and Shui Limbua over. Auntie Master, greetings to Grandmaster Shoujing, Marshal Uncle Qingwei. No need to be so polite. Mo Tiange looked up. Shui Limbua was still as steady and well-mannered as an ordinary disciple. She didn't seem complacent because of her relationship with Jinji. She nodded secretly. If Shui Limbua treated people like this, it would make up for Jinji's shortcomings, and she could do things at ease in the future. Auntie Master, why did you call us here? Yi Jinji couldn't help but ask cautiously when he saw their serious expressions. Qin glanced at him and said, your aunt has to go out for a while. It may take a long time, so I called you here to tell you something. Huh? Yi Jinji looked at Mo Tiange. Andy, are you going out to do something? Or travel? I'm going out to travel. Mo Tiange said with a smile. You don't have to worry too much about it. It's just that this time I may be out for a long time. But auntie, didn't you just come back? Yi Zhenji was puzzled. You guys didn't return for 10 years. And it's only been 2 years since you came back. But auntie went out again. This time, it's only been a month. Auntie, is there something important for you to go out so frequently? She couldn't explain it clearly in a short time. So Mo Tiange didn't explain in detail. She just said, there's something, but it's not a big deal. Zhenji, auntie may be away for a few years to more than 10 years this time. During this time, your master has to enter closed-door meditation to stabilize his realm, and your grandmaster happens to be healing his injuries. So you have to rely on yourself for cultivation. Don't worry, auntie, Yi Zhenji said. I'll do as I see fit. If there's anything I don't understand, I can communicate with my fellow martial brothers. If I still don't understand, I can ask martial uncle Mingzhen. When you're not here, I'll take good care of the cave. Mo Tiange nodded with a smile, and turned to Shui Linbua. Linbua, I've discussed it with your Grandmaster Shoujing. After you recover from your injuries, go to the Steward's Hall to register, and officially belong to my Clear Spring Peak. In addition, while your Grandmaster Shoujing is in closed-door meditation, you'll help Zhenji take care of the cave. You can inform the Steward's Hall about this. Upon hearing this, Shui Linbua was overjoyed and excitedly bowed to express her gratitude. Thank you, Martial Uncle Qingwei. Thank you, Grandmaster Shoujing. I'll do my best. Mo Tiange smiled. Shui Linbua was a smart person, and knew they were giving her a chance. As long as she seized the opportunity, she would be a real talent, and they wouldn't treat her unfairly in the future. Chapter 342. Several days later, 2 escape lights rose from Clear Spring Peak. After a short pause, the white one flew over Mount Taikong and disappeared into the sky. The red streak remained in midair and did not move for a long time. After a while, Qin Shi sighed softly. He looked at the empty sky, waved his sleeves and landed. Since Mo Tiange was gone, he should continue his closed-door meditation. He knew very well that as a cultivator, this kind of separation was normal, so he just suppressed the slight reluctance in his heart and calmly returned to his cave. Master, Yi Zhenji greeted him. Qin Shi smiled. Go cultivate. Your aunt is not here, so you have to be more serious, understand? Yi Zhenji smiled. Master, don't worry. I'm not a child anymore. I know these things. Qin Shi was stunned. Thinking of this child's performance in the past 3 years, he also smiled. After all, you've gone through experience. You're different now. He walked into his closed-door meditation room with his hands behind his back and said, I won't come out for 10 years, so I'll leave the cave to you. Don't disturb me unless it's urgent. Got it, Master. Mo Tiange traveled at a moderate pace. Half a month later, she appeared in Linhai again. This time, she already had a goal, so she just greeted Wei Haolan and went out of the sea along the familiar route. As soon as Xiaofan was in the sea, it became very excited and happily flopped in the sea. Although there was water in the virtual sky world, the stream wasn't the sea, and it was a sea beast that lived in the sea since it was a child. Mo Tiange smiled as she watched it swim round and round. Finally, it returned to her side, raised its head and said, Master, where are we going? To the place your grandfather said, she said. But you're not familiar with this place, so come back first. I'll take you flying. No need. Xiaofan flicked its tail, jumped from the water flexibly, and made a beautiful arc. This is the sea. We sea dragons can smell the sea, so we won't get lost in the sea. Mo Tiange was stunned. You've never been here. It's so far from where you live. Can you swim back? Yes. Yifan nodded seriously. Master, don't worry. This is the instinct of us sea dragons. As it spoke, it looked at her pitifully. Master, can you sit on me, and I'll swim you to the destination? I want to swim. Faced with such a pleading gaze, what else could Mo Tiange say? She looked down and saw that its injury had healed. Its tail was strong and flexible. The strength of that swing, just now, could probably crack a stone. Of course, it would not be a problem for her to sit on it. Alright, let me know if you're tired. Yes. Yifan jumped up happily and fell back into the water. She said hurriedly, Master, come up quickly. We'll leave now. Upon seeing its impatient appearance, Emotinga couldn't help but smile. She cast a simple water-repelling art, then sat on Xiaofan's back and let it lead the way. Xiaofan's body was more than 10 feet long, its tail was flexible, and its fins were powerful. In the sea, it was like an arrow leaving the bow. Although its speed was not as fast as her escape light, it was not much slower. In the beginning, Emotinga still compared the route she had corrected to see if she was swimming in the right direction. Later, she found that Xiaofan's sense of direction in the sea was extremely accurate, so she no longer paid attention to it. Instead, she used the time on the road to study Mo Yaoqing's cultivation experience. One person and one beast swam leisurely to the depths of the East Sea. In the coastal waters, there were only some low-rank sea beasts. When those sea beasts saw the fifth-rank Xiaofan, they naturally didn't dare to approach. As they went deeper and deeper into the East Sea, although some high-level sea beasts appeared occasionally, they didn't dare to approach Emotinga because of her powerful momentum. A sixth-rank person and a fifth-rank sea dragon. Ordinary sea beasts couldn't afford to provoke them. 2 months later, when Emotinga felt the pressure of a seventh-rank sea beast, she reluctantly put Xiaofan into the spiritual beast bag and flew high in the sky with her cloud-treading boots. The deeper they went, the higher the rank of the sea beasts. This time she had a clear goal. It was better to avoid these sea beasts. When the aura of the seventh-rank sea beast disappeared, Emotinga released Xiaofan and asked, Xiaofan, can you point the way if we're not in the sea? Xiaofan floated in the air and nodded. I can, but it'll be a little slow. And that's good. It didn't matter if it was a little slow, but the most important thing was safety. If Xiaofan swam in the sea, the human cultivator's aura would probably alarm those high-level demonic beasts, and a fierce battle would be inevitable. If they flew in the air, as long as they were high enough, those demonic beasts wouldn't be able to sense them accurately, and they generally wouldn't act rashly. The boring journey lasted for 4 months. The 1 month the old sea dragon said was Mo Yaoqing's speed. When they arrived in the celestial pole, Mo Yaoqing was already a nascent soul cultivator. Even if they just traveled leisurely, her speed was much faster than Emotinga's. For months later, seeing that there were more and more high-level sea beasts around, Emotinga finally found the big island with the volcano. She breathed a sigh of relief. If she still couldn't find it, she would have to consider going back first. 7th-rank sea beasts were quite common here, and maybe an 8th-rank sea beast would appear at any time. That would be dangerous. Master, it's there. Xiaofan's voice rang in her mind. Emotinga looked down and saw that the big island had a circumference of several hundred miles, more than 10 times larger than the small island where Mo Yaoqing lived. Moreover, the terrain was completely different. Most of the island was rocky, overgrown with ravines, and mixed with sand and stones. There was only a small amount of soil, so even plants were rare. The most important thing was that there was no spiritual aura on the island, so there weren't even demonic beasts nearby. This was good news for Emotinga. There were no spirit veins on the island, so it couldn't attract demonic beasts, so she didn't have to face any unknown demonic beasts. In the center of the island, there was a bulging volcano. There was no trace of an eruption, and it was cold without a trace of heat. Emotinga flew to the top of the volcano and looked down. It was dark inside, and she couldn't see anything clearly. She scanned it with her divine sense and didn't find any danger, so she slowly descended to the crater. As she descended lower and lower, Emotinga gradually saw what was inside the volcano. There was no lava, no heat, only cold volcanic walls. It was very dark inside, so she couldn't see anything clearly. Emotinga opened her palm and light gathered in it. The heaven and earth fan appeared in her hand, and the fan pendant emitted a faint white light. When she explored Mo Yaoqing's cave last time, she felt it was very inconvenient to take out the Mother Moonstone for illumination. So she simply polished the Mother Moonstone into a fan pendant and hung it on the heaven and earth fan. which was much more convenient to hold. Grandpa said there's water down there, so let me go down first, said Xiaofan, who landed behind her. Emotinga paused and nodded, and, not long after Xiaofan landed, Emotinga heard the sound of water, and then Xiaofan's voice rang out. Master, come down. The water isn't very deep. Holding the heaven and earth fan, Emotinga carefully descended to the bottom of the volcano. She looked up and was a little stunned. Is there a road here? There was a shallow stream at the bottom of the volcano, but she didn't see any road around. In the water, Xiaofan said. Master, sit on my back. After thinking for a short while, Emotinga cast a water avoidance spell and sat on Xiaofan's back. Xiaofan flicked its tail and suddenly dived into the water. The Mother Moonstone emitted a faint light, but it only illuminated the narrow space around it. Emotinga released her divine sense and found that there was a passage in the water, but she didn't know where it led. As soon as Xiaofan entered the water, it was extremely vigorous. After swimming for a while, it sped up. Emotinga only felt that it dived deeper and deeper, and the pressure on the water avoidance spell's spiritual aura shield also increased. Of course, she was now a core formation cultivator, so the pressure at the bottom of the water was nothing to her. But she was confused. Water flowed downwards and Xiaofan dived into the water. Was this a waterway? According to the fragmentary records on Mo Yaoqing's jade slip, it took her a lot of time to come to the celestial pole. Did she have to dive in the water for several months? Fortunately, she didn't doubt it for too long. After swimming for a long time, Xiaofan began to float up. The speed at which it floated up was getting faster and faster. Suddenly, with a splash, a person and a beast broke out of the water. Countless water droplets dripped from the spiritual aura shield. Emotinga waved her hand, removed the water avoidance spell, and released her divine sense. This was an underground river. It was winding and led to a very far place, and her divine sense couldn't feel the end. As for the surrounding rock walls, they were completely irregular in shape. Xiaofan carried her and swam forward slowly. The river was very cold. Even though it was a demonic beast, it still felt uncomfortable. Xiaofan, how about I take you flying? Xiaofan shook its head and refused. No, master. I like the feeling of swimming in the water. But this water, it's okay. Xiaofan patted its tail. In an instant, a layer of green aura emerged from its scales and wrapped its whole body. This way, I won't feel uncomfortable. Emotinga looked at it carefully and found that it was also a kind of protective spiritual aura, so she nodded. Okay. They didn't know how long they swam in the dark river. There was only the sound of water and Xiaofan swimming around them. Emotinga held the heaven and earth fan and let her divine sense spread all the time. There were no spirit veins in this river, so even if there were fish in the water, they were just ordinary fish and didn't dare to approach her and Xiaofan. Several days later, Emotinga frowned and sensed spiritual aura. Then Xiaofan also stopped. Master, there are spirit veins ahead. And Emotinga used her divine sense to observe for a while and said, there are no living things. Let's continue. Xiaofan responded and continued to swim forward. The spiritual aura was getting thicker and thicker. Emotinga looked at the surrounding rock walls and found that it was a spirit stone mine. However, the grade of the spirit stones was not very high. It seemed to be a small mine. One person and one beast passed through the middle of the spirit stone mine. With her sharp eyes, Emotinga found that something seemed to be growing on a spirit stone and said hurriedly, Wait. Xiaofan stopped. What's wrong? From the rock wall, Emotinga carefully dug out a piece of jade that was shining with a sparkling white light and examined it carefully. Spirit gathering stone? Looking at the jade in her hand, she was surprised. It's actually a spirit gathering stone. Hearing the sound, Xiaofan asked curiously, Master, what's a spirit gathering stone? After confirming that the thing in her hand was indeed a spirit gathering stone, Emotinga put it into her Qingquan bag and said, a spirit gathering stone is a kind of jade that occasionally appears in spirit stone mines. It looks similar to spirit stones, but it has an effect of greatly condensing spiritual aura. In the process of concocting pills and refining tools, how to condense spiritual aura and seal it in medicinal pills and magic weapons is the most difficult process. With a spirit-gathering stone, the success rate of concocting pills and refining tools can be improved. Oh, demonic beasts didn't understand concocting pills and refining tools, so Xiaofan only responded with a half-understanding. Emotinga didn't expect that a spirit-gathering stone would appear in this small mine, but she was pleasantly surprised. She told Xiaofan, "Swim around a few more times. We'll look for it." Chapter 343. Unfortunately, she didn't find any more spirit-gathering stones. Emotinga thought about it and shook her head with a smile. Although spirit-gathering stones weren't amazing treasures, they weren't something that could be found everywhere. It was already difficult to find one in such a small spirit stone vein. How many more did she want to find? She waved her hand to call Xiaofan back and said, "Let's keep going." Xiaofan responded and swam forward with her on its back. This spirit stone vein was really small. In just a moment, they swam out of its range and entered a dark underground river. Emotinga was used to this kind of darkness, so she simply calmed down and silently comprehended her state of mind. According to the celestial pole, the difference between Tao cultivators and demonic cultivators was that Tao cultivators had to pay attention to the cultivation of their state of mind while improving their strength. Otherwise, they would be stuck at the bottleneck of a breakthrough. Demonic cultivators, on the other hand, didn't care about this. They only needed to absorb spiritual aura and turn it into devil aura. Therefore, the cultivation method of the demonic path was condemned by the righteous path as unorthodox. This had nothing to do with right or wrong. In fact, the demonic path was indeed more likely to be possessed by the devil than the righteous path. Because the cultivation of one's state of mind had to keep up with one's realm, the higher a cultivator's cultivation level was, the more restrictions there would be. For example, aura refining cultivators often did evil things, but when they reached the foundation building realm, they often began to cultivate their mind and nature because they had to overcome their inner demons in order to form their gold core. Core formation and nascent soul cultivators were even more restrained. If they didn't have a grudge or great benefits, they generally wouldn't kill. Emotinga didn't think this was abnormal before, but after she formed her gold core, she thought this matter was a bit strange. The law of the jungle was the rule of the cultivation world. But why did there have to be an inner demon when it came to realm advancement? This made cultivators suppress their murderous nature. Of course, not all cultivators followed this rule. Master Songfeng was one of those high-level cultivators who killed indiscriminately. However, her master also told her that the old man Songfeng was a monster who was neither human nor ghost nor monster. He couldn't be regarded as a normal person at all. Thinking up to this point made Emotinga confused again. She felt she seemed to have overlooked something, but she also felt that she had grasped a key point. She closed her eyes and immersed herself in the darkness, slowly recalling. Every day was a boring journey. In the end, even Xiaofan became impatient. In order to appease it, Emotinga gave it a medicinal pill every day. Every time it ate a medicinal pill, it would obediently continue on their journey. When it got greedy, it would refuse to leave and insist on eating more. Emotinga was actually happy to see Xiaofan like this. No matter how well-behaved Xiaofan was, she was still a child to the sea dragon. It was too depressing if she didn't have the temper of a child. Now that it had returned to its original nature, it meant that it was closer to him. One person and one beast walked, sometimes stopping, sometimes walking. Because of the existence of the virtual sky world, they didn't find it very difficult to pass through this underground river. Gradually, time passed day by day. It seems to be getting hotter. Emotinga didn't use her water-repelling art. Instead, she stretched her hand into the river to explore it. Yifan still swam forward slowly and replied, "A little, but it doesn't matter, master. I'm not afraid of the heat." Although she said that, Emotinga didn't feel at ease. She didn't forget that this was a passage at the bottom of the volcano, Although the volcano had long stopped erupting, who knew if something would suddenly happen? After swimming forward for a while, she saw that the water was getting hotter and hotter. Mo Tiange reached in and found that it was much higher than her body temperature, which was really abnormal. They had been swimming in this underground river for a month, and the water had always been cold. Now that it suddenly became hot, there must be something strange. Xiaofan, seeing that the water was steaming, Mo Tiange decisively shouted to stop it. This water is unusual. Let's wait for a while. Yifan raised its head and said, Master, do you think the water is too hot? Mo Tiange frowned. We're going through the passage at the bottom of the volcano. If there's lava in the depths, it'll be troublesome. Volcanic lava was a kind of earthly fire. If the grade of the lava was very high, it would be very troublesome to block the way. Although Mo Yaoqing had walked this path, it had been more than 5,000 years after all. She didn't know whether there would be any accidents. Yifan said, Master, I'm not afraid of the heat. Let me explore the way. Mo Tiange hesitated. What if there's danger? I'm already in the 5th rank, so I'm not afraid. Yifan said, Master, don't treat me like a child who doesn't know anything. In the clan, I'm also an uncle. Oh. Hearing its serious tone, Mo Tiange thought it was right, so she smiled and said, All right, go and have a look. If there's anything wrong, come back immediately or call me. Yifan answered. When she floated in the air, it flicked its tail and went into the water. Mo Tiange looked at the place where it disappeared with a smile. Xiahua and Feifei were very cute, but they couldn't talk. After having Yifan, she felt less lonely, as if she had someone to accompany her every day. She couldn't help but think of Qin Shi, who was already thousands of miles away. What was he doing? Was his cultivation going well? After a while, she heard the sound of water. Yifan finally came back. It came out of the water with a splash and said cheerfully, Master, we're here. Huh? What's going on? Yifan said happily. I swam for a long time and found there was no way to go. Then I dived and found another waterway leading to a hot spring. Hot spring. Mo Tiange was happy. This road led to a hot spring. Did that mean they'd reached their destination? Master, come on, let's go out. Yifan was more eager than her. Mo Tiange didn't delay and sat on its back. Then let's go. One person and one beast couldn't wait. Yifan waved its fins and rushed into the water like an arrow leaving the bow. Sure enough, they didn't swim far. They reached the end of the waterway after walking for a month. Yifan had already explored the way, so it just dived into the water. After swimming in the water for a long time and making many turns, Mo Tiange almost couldn't tell the route. It finally began to float. The water was getting hotter and hotter, and Mo Tiange guessed there must be a volcano here that hadn't erupted for a long time. But she didn't know if there were any houses near this hot spring. There was some spiritual aura here, so there should be a small spirit vein outside. Maybe there were individual cultivators living here. While thinking about it, Lil Fan swam faster and faster and began to float up. Suddenly, a faint light appeared on top of its head, and then the light became brighter and brighter. A man and a beast emerged from the water with a splash. After walking in the underground waterway for a month, Mo Tiange hadn't seen the sun for a long time, so she couldn't help but narrow her eyes to block the light. Monster, monster! At this time, she suddenly heard human voices, followed by chaotic footsteps and panicked screams. Mo Tiange's divine sense had long sensed the existence of these people, but they were all mortals, so she didn't care. Presumably, they were frightened by Yifan's appearance. After adapting to the light, she put down her arms and quickly glanced around. This hot spring wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It covered an area of several acres. Steam was rising from the water, and the surrounding was shaded by greenery. At first glance, she felt the scenery was excellent, as beautiful as a fairyland. Yifan, let's go up. She patted Yifan's head, brushed her sleeves, and gently floated ashore without getting wet. Although Yifan didn't want to leave the water, she obediently followed her. The noises on the shore became even more chaotic. Emo Tienga looked up and saw some married women wearing coarse clothes hurriedly running away, leaving behind clothes and clothes pestles all over the ground. She shook her head and ignored them. She thought the women here weren't any different from those in the celestial pole. Their clothes were also similar, but their accents were a bit different. With this thought in mind, she slowly walked out of the hot spring with Yifan. Some courtyard walls were exposed in a place a little further away from the hot spring, which seemed to belong to a big family in the secular world. Emo Tienga sensed that the place where the courtyard was located was the place with the densest spiritual aura in this spirit vein. She also sensed the breath of low-level cultivators inside. Could it be that this was a cultivation family in the secular world? She smiled and thought of an idea. She said to Yifan, "Yifan, there are a lot of people here. Why don't you go into the spiritual beast bag first?" Yifan had always been very obedient. Hearing her words, it obediently agreed and went back into the spiritual beast bag. After settling Yifan down, Emo Tienga restrained her spiritual aura pressure and walked a short distance away. Then she saw several well-dressed men walking towards her. They walked hurriedly, as if they had something urgent to do. Judging from their clothes, they seemed to be the guards of a big family. When they came closer and saw her standing not far from the lake, they were surprised. Then the leader, who looked like a housekeeper, walked towards her with the group of men, stopped in front of her, and respectfully said, "Greetings, fairy." She had restrained her spiritual aura. So these people were mortals with a little spiritual aura. They could only feel the rich spiritual aura on her body, but they couldn't distinguish her cultivation level. Emo Tienga nodded lightly. Seeing her graceful bearing and amiable attitude, the housekeeper didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly asked, "We're from the Lu family. May I ask, fairy, are you passing by here?" Emo Tienga saw the man was very respectful, so she also answered politely, "I'm an individual cultivator from another place. I came here by chance and accidentally startled mortals. What Lu family are you talking about? Is it a cultivation family here?" "Fairy, it turns out you're an individual cultivator from another place," the man said happily after getting the answer. "Our LV family is the largest cultivation family on South Pole Island. It's rare for a fellow cultivator to come here. My family's old master will be very happy if he knows. Fairy, would you like to be a guest of our LV family?" Hearing that this place was indeed called South Pole Island, Emo Tienga felt a little relieved. According to Yifan, South Pole Island was already within the scope of Yunzhong. So she finally arrived in Yunzhong smoothly. Her gaze fell on the LV family's housekeeper. This person was obviously a mortal, but he had spiritual aura. Although he hadn't reached the level of refining chi into spirit, he had already tempered his body with spiritual aura. Emo Tienga thought that Yunzhong was indeed a holy land for cultivators. Even these mortals in front of her were obviously cultivators. This was her first time in Yunzhong, so she needed to inquire about some information first. It would be good to go to this LV family to have a look. With this thought in mind, Emo Tienga said with a smile, "It's naturally good to have a fellow cultivator invite me. I'll accept your invitation then." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.